me a minute.
Good evening, or good afternoon still, I'm sorry. It is Monday, July 17, 2023, and this is the work session of the Goldsboro City Council meeting. It's 5 o'clock, and we will proceed. We have a couple of vacancies tonight, but we do have a quorum, so we'll continue. At this time, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Ham,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews, Councilman Broadway,
Present.
Councilman Gaylor.
Present.
As I said, we do have a quorum, and at this time, I'll ask for adoption of the agenda. I do have one comment on our proposal for the agenda change, and that is to move the consent agenda item number M, that is in Mike, from the consent agenda to the old business. And that we'll put it under item C under old business. Or any other changes that council members want to make. If not, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Move to adopt.
Motion made, second.
Second.
Motion is made and second. All in favor of the adopting the agenda as amended, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, the agenda is adopted. This time then we'll go into new business, and we have a presentation by the Wayne County. Who's going to be speaking tonight on that? Come on up, sir. Introduce yourself. Most of us know who you are, but for the public, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I appreciate this opportunity. My name is Craig Fote. I am the Director of Business and Project Management with the North Carolina Global Trans-Park Economic Development Region. So I did want to make that correction. I am not with the Wayne County Development Alliance. Wayne County Development Alliance is a separate entity from the North Carolina Global Trans-Park Economic Development Region. I work for the NCGTP EDR for short. I appreciate this opportunity. I appreciate your service to this community as I also serve as an elected official in this community. I know the personal sacrifices you all go through, and I really appreciate what you do. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. You may have heard recent news in the past that North Carolina, and this is just the past week, North Carolina ranked #1 for America's top state for business by CNBC. North Carolina was also the only state to win the 2023 Platinum Shovel Award by Area Development. The title of that news article when they announced it was EV and Semiconductor Projects Stand Out in States Receiving Area Development's 18th Annual Shovel Awards. The subtitle reads, with concerns about climate change now supplanting pandemic fears, projects to produce EVs and the semiconductors used by EVs and other high-tech goods come to the forefront of this year's Shovel Awards, which is why North Carolina has won that. This is going to be very important as I talk to you about 3 projects this evening because they are going to all relate to those sectors. They're going to relate to advanced energies and EVs. For those of you who do not know, EV is electric vehicles. If you haven't heard also, there's been a mass exodus from many other states, and there's been a surge in population in the state of North Carolina. However, if you looked at some of the data, you would see that that surge in population is not coming to some of our rural communities. It's going to Mecklenburg County, Charlotte area, the Triad, and the Triangle. However, the fastest growing county in North Carolina this past year is just to the west of us. Johnston County is the fastest growing by population. They are adding jobs, they're adding people, and they're adding infrastructure. I'm going to read you just a brief description from an article that I read this past week from Site Selection Magazine, when being small is a big advantage. And here's a brief summary of that. COVID-19 pandemic sparked a trend of people leaving big cities and suburbs, exurbs, and rural areas. And this trend has continued even after the pandemic. Data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture shows that non-metro areas experience the fastest population growth in the nation's average. The exurban and suburban counties seeing the highest growth rates. Urban cores, on the other hand, saw a decline in population. Factors such as rising real estate prices, remote working opportunities, and increase in crime rates in cities, and lifestyle changes are contributing to the migration. As a result, outlying counties are attracting industrial investment, with companies and international investors betting on the economic prospects of small town economies. So what does this mean for us? What does this mean in Wayne County? I'm here tonight to really speak to you about a trend that's been identified. My typical day, I go in, I get emails. They come from our lead generation, which would be something like EDP&C or Southeast Region. And I might be one of 50 different individuals that got this email. And a company is requesting for information on properties within our region. So that'd be Wayne, Lenoir, Greene counties, and the Global Trans Park. Usually they give us about 48 hours to respond with a whole day's worth of work. Sometimes I'm waiting on other individuals, other entities to give us the information to be able to send these back. But I want to talk to you specifically about 3 instances where we were not one of 50, we were not one of 10, we were one of just a handful of people that are places that had gotten picked out. So these 3 instances, every one of them were Park East. That's a very important thing. There's a very good asset right here inside of Wayne County, and I want to talk to you about that asset. If you were to do industrial development today and you needed transmission lines to be able to get 10 megawatts, it's going to be about 3 years to get the power over there. But that's not the case with Park East. Park East has got that capabilities, and they've got way beyond those capabilities. So looking at that, Park East was identified in 3 different projects, meaning that they submitted right directly down to us. They identified us as one of maybe 3 or 2. And so in project number 1, there was a $1.1 billion capital investment, 800 jobs, and we were one of 3 communities that were asked to submit a specific property, which was Park East. Project number 2, we were $1.06 billion in capital investments, 435 jobs. We were one of only 2 sites that were asked to submit. In both of those instances, we were unable to even play ball. It could have been a home run, but we could not play ball. We cannot hit a home run unless we can play ball. So why were we unable to submit? Water treatment. Water and sewer seems to be the biggest issue that we have with these large EV type projects and the investment that comes along with some of these semiconductor businesses. One of those had 850,000 gallons per day that needed to be treated. The other one needed 2 million gallons per day that needed to be treated. So that was over $2 billion worth of capital investment and over 1,200 jobs that we were unable to submit on. Project number 3, though, we did submit. That was good. $2.95 billion of capital investment, which was the largest one, 3,650 jobs. However, we were not one of 2, or we are not one of 3, we were one of 7. So the likelihood of getting that one is not quite as good as what they were on the first 2 I mentioned, but I did get the comment back from staff, and staff has been great to work with. It said, I would caution that those are relatively significant numbers for a single use on our system, and there would need to be discussion with our executive team prior to any official verification or approval. So even with this, that was a 550,000 gallon per day treatment capacity that was going to need to be done on $2.59 billion worth of capital investment. So I say all of this to bring to your attention that we need a strategic plan, and we have got an advantage right now in North Carolina to attract companies to North Carolina. And they are not looking at just your Raleighs, they're not looking at just the Triad, and they're not looking at just Charlotte. If you look at where Toyota has landed, VinFast has landed, and now we've got suppliers for that. But one of the things that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to be able to solve a wastewater issue if we want to attract large capital investment like this. And so I want to say that last week I got the opportunity to also join a couple of you that were there at a regionalization for water and sewer. I feel like it was very productive. There were 2 different outcomes of that, or 2 different methods of looking at possibly doing this. Either the city, everybody in the county maybe merged, and the city became the operator, or possibly regionalization with a separate authority that was created to manage the wastewater and sewer treatment. With that, I'll take any questions from you all, but I just wanted to make sure that you guys understood what type of trends we've been seeing with very large projects that I know of. I've never heard of a $1 billion project landing in Wayne County. I would love to see something like that happen, because when you see large investment like that, of course, we generate tax dollars for you all, and we have higher paying jobs for our citizens. Questions?
Greg, I've got a question.
Yes.
Does you guys down in Kinston, are we doing lobbying to get some money into Wayne County and Jones County and on wastewater?
So one of the things that we are looking at currently is hiring a federal lobbyist. If you guys have heard anything in the news about infrastructure funding and the federal government, there was
Yeah, that's
trillions
what
of
I'm talking
dollars.
about.
So we are looking at a lobbyist to be able to do that. One thing that I do really love was last week when they were talking about this sewer regionalization is the competitiveness when you start to merge or whenever you try to consolidate everything in there, whether it's a separate authority or if it's one provider, that you become higher on the scoring matrix that they use to be able to get the grant funding inside there. Yes.
It's kind of going along with what Councilman Broadway was asking. There was one that we got, it ended up going to, if I'm not mistaken, Richmond County. I think it ended up being a big deal. That you were really in a hard situation, because if I'm not mistaken, like you got the email like a Saturday. We had a council meeting the following Monday. We scrambled, got it on the agenda so that there could be a discussion. And with that one, we technically could have, but it would have put us right at the cap.
Yes.
And the concerns in discussions with my fellow members of council wasn't that we couldn't, it was that can we have a discussion about doing it, but then also immediately having someone help us with lobbying to being able to do that. And because of the timetable, and then because they made another decision like the very next day, it was a moot conversation. So if we have another big one, and there is the opportunity for council to say yes, because it's going to get us up to the cap but not over the cap, how would you recommend that we go about immediately leveraging that to getting some assistance from the state, getting some assistance with whatever entities are appropriate to try and then push along more water development?
You know, I would say that I feel like that is a little bit reactive versus proactive. I would rather us be proactive and figure out, I did hear recently that you guys are looking at possibly adding another 3 million gallons of capacity, and that some staff was actually even hoping that we could maybe possibly get above that 17, I think is what you guys are permitted to, and maybe add 7 million gallons per day that we could potentially process. So I would rather us be proactive than reactive. However, I would say that a reactive does work also, and it worked with Mount Olive Pickle. Mount Olive Pickle was going to leave Wayne County, or they were going to expand outside of Wayne County, correct? And $22 million from the state budget was brought in through an economic development project, which was tied and is enhancing the water and sewer treatment capacity for the city of Goldsboro. We believe, I'm involved in that project also. We are decommissioning 2 pump stations that sit on the little river behind Jerry Hospital that I understand are sources of I&I. We're building a new pump station that's going to be higher, on higher ground, and hopefully we will not get the I&I. So, you know, there is always the opportunity to potentially lobby to our state legislature or federal entities to be able to hopefully get some additional funding that could come with an economic development project. But there's also things like going after EDA grants. The EDA every single year, I know at the community college when I worked there, we submitted several EDA grants, and EDA grants can pay for infrastructure. And so I would say go after a proactive stance, going after EDA grants to create the capacity so that we can attract, rather than waiting for them to come, maxing us out, then we get in a bind and trying to attach something to that project. However, it is not impossible either way.
I just don't want us to be in a position where we can't say yes, because again, these are very compelling projects. So I was looking for the strategy, if we are in a position where we really need to say yes, what is the next step? So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
One other thing, I just want to make a comment, that all of us who have lived through 2 major hurricanes are still a little worried when we start. We do not want to get into anything like Wilmington got in, where we were denied doing anything when we go into a moratorium.
Correct.
So you're exactly right. We need to be proactive in moving forward
Yeah.
and keep from getting into that Wilmington problem.
Yeah, Wilmington and New Hanover County is actually a prime example. If you'll look at that, they did not have one entity that processed wastewater that decided that they were going to merge in and they were going to be the sole provider of, and they would have agreements. They created a regional authority. New Hanover County and Wilmington came together. As I understand, it's not an easy process. It's, everybody's got to come to the table and sit down and agree. We got to have lawyers. We got to come up with what those agreements look like, bylaws for whatever that regional authority would be. But it's not impossible, but that was their solution to it, right?
Yeah, there is. I'm just saying, all of us still remember what happened to us in the hurricanes when we
Yeah.
went way above.
Well, I mean, we've got an entity right here within our community. We've got an industrial park in Mount Olive that I can't submit on any projects because they cannot process wastewater. And what we don't want is we don't want somewhere that has the ability of generating hundreds of megawatts of power out of Park East, which really could be very beneficial in attracting companies. We don't want that to be the case for them also.
That's kind of what I was saying.
Yeah.
Just wanted to reemphasize that we have 14.2 million gallons a day capacity in our wastewater treatment plant. We can get permitted up to 17.6, so that's an extra 3.4 million gallons a day. And as you mentioned, one company would have sucked up 2 million gallons a day of that capacity potentially. The key of this presentation is that these opportunities are out there. We have to be prepared for them. What you put in this year's budget was a study to figure out how much it would cost to expand that wastewater basin. We have some general estimates of roughly 100 million. We'll see what it comes out to be, but we're also going to look at expanding beyond the 3.4 to roughly 7 million gallons so that we can get beyond the next 5 years and maybe the next 15 years to be looking at. So just wanted you all to be aware, and we'll try to bring something back to you in August on where we're at with that study.
Greg, I mentioned, you mentioned the meeting we had last week on the regionalization. And our city and county governments, along with the towns of Fremont, Eureka, Pikeville, Fremont's represented, have been studying this issue now, going on several months, and how we can best look into the future. And not just into the future, but now for that matter, and see how we can more efficiently manage our sewage and water assets. These are the extremely important meetings that we're having. And we've got these towns and cities that are on our water or sewage system, or both, as the case may be, that are affected by the decisions we make. And you were there, Greg, because you have a vested interest in this as well. But this is an extremely important conversation that we're having, and not all of us on the same sheet of music when it comes to how we think the best solution to this is, but we're working to that. We did come up, I think we had 5 options last week, and 2 of those options got the most votes. That was the goal, to come up with the best 2, and we'll meet again in the next 30 to 45 days and go back to the drawing board and talk about it. But there's going to have to be some type of reorganization of our water and sewer system in Wayne County. And what the eventual decision is remains to be seen at this point. But we can't continue to operate as we do now. I mean, what we have been operating for a long time, successfully, so to speak. But there are issues there that, in terms of economic development and us being able to support not only industry, but growth of residential here in Wayne County. And so we're looking at this very seriously. And as things develop, we will make sure that the citizens are informed. Greg, again, thank you, sir, for coming in. Any other questions of him?
Can I leave you one statement here? I didn't read something I wrote down inside here, but I would like to have a statement from Robert Pittman, founder of the Janus Forum and Institute. I'm not going to read the whole piece that I had inside here, but Mayor, what you just said really reminded me of something that was inside there, and it was the philosophy of, it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it ain't broke now, it will be, so we better have a plan to fix it. And that right there, I feel like what you just said really emphasized that. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I got ahead on the schedule here. My interest in getting the subject up here for discussion, but I want to get back on track here and go back to old business. So we have a nonprofit organization funding recommendation, and Ms. Sherry Archibald is in the audience. Ma'am, come on up. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to serve alongside with you to facilitate the process of the nonprofit organization distribution for 2023-2024. And I'm here tonight to give you a recap of the process and provide you with the recommendations for the 23-24 fiscal year. And I have thank you, presentation. There we go. Okay, and I think you have this presentation with you, but just to share some data with you, the United Way of Wayne County created a process specific to your needs. We followed alongside your survey to let us know what your priorities were. So to share with you, we received 10 applications for the first step, which was step 1 for us, phase 1. 9 of those applicants returned, completing the phase 2 application process. The notice of funding opportunity and application offered 2 categories. It was a benefits and practiced partners, allowing an opportunity for nonprofits who maybe do not have as much experience or need a little bit more assistance through the process. That would have been a little more oversight, a little more reporting, and possibly a reimbursable model. We did not receive any of those type of nonprofit applicants, so all of the applicants that did apply are applicants that have received funding over the last year and several years. To share the process with you, following your survey identifying priorities, we completed a 10-page notice of funding opportunity specific again to the City of Goldsboro. We advertised and shared the council's priorities with all nonprofits in the county and invited them to apply. We opened the opportunity with a 2-step application process that we created, specific again to the City of Goldsboro. And we began recruiting volunteers to serve on the City of Goldsboro's Impact Committee. And I'm excited to say that after recruiting more than 40 volunteers to serve in the city's interest, we divided them into 4 subcommittees representing your 4 top priorities based on the applications. And then we moved forward and facilitated 2 days of presentations from those nonprofits. We also elected a panel of 4 subcommittee chairs to convene and discuss the presentations and determine the final recommendations. And so those 4 subcommittee chairs elected to join me tonight. So I want to thank them and recognize them. With us this evening is Esteban Guzman, Hope Gay, Tara Humphreys, and Eddie Edwards. And this is just a photo of each one of those subcommittees and groups that met. I'm afraid the Tourism, Recreation, Arts, and Culture Committee got away pretty quickly. I didn't get a group picture of them. I was able to grab a few more before they left. But this is representing all of those individuals who are willing to spend their time hearing from those nonprofits and hearing about the work they're doing in our community. And then the last page of the presentation shares with you the recommendation that's coming to you from this committee. I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have, and upon your approval of the recommendations, the United Way of Wayne County will provide a request along with all the required documentation to the finance director to process the first of 2 payments to these nonprofits doing the great work in our community. And then I'll plan to bring the process back to you in February or March 2024 to evaluate and determine how or if we proceed into the next budget cycle. And we'll be providing reporting to you in May as well. Can I answer any questions for you?
So council members, do you have any questions for Ms. Archibald?
Yes.
Being near and dear to my heart aside, why is Literacy Connections on the plan?
So Literacy Connection, all of the programs were asked to submit programs instead of an agency. So you'll be providing support to the programs, not specific to the agency. And so Literacy Connections had 2 programs. You'll note that last year, I think it was just under $10,000 that they received. It was to their agency. While it may have covered both of those programs, it was to their agency. And when they applied, they were asked to apply for a program. So both of those programs were listed.
Any other questions?
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Before I ask for a vote, let me thank you, Sherry, and your team, and the 4 representatives here tonight. I know this is a big task for you. I know each of you, to some degree, some better than others, and I know you undertook this with impartiality. You tried to look at what was best served in the interests of the citizens of Goldsboro, as well as the taxpayers, for that matter, who's given this money. And I want to thank you for your time and effort that you put into this. You've taken this year a task that has been formally managed by the council members here. And to you, I appreciate the effort that you've made. Having said that, council members, you see the recommended allocations of funding that we gave to this program. Is there a motion to approve the presentation, presented the recommendation?
Move to approve.
The second. Second. Any discussion?
No question.
Sure. Okay. If there are no further discussion, all of those in favor signify by raising your hand. Okay. The motion is approved. Thank you again.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you.
Look forward to you coming back and giving us some updates.
Thank you. Again, it was a pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Salmon?
Yes, sir. A nonprofit organization that was appropriated funding by council last fiscal year, but did not receive the funding due to audit requirements, has requested to receive the funding this fiscal year once their audit is complete. Would council be agreeable to that?
Let me, just for clarification, we're talking about rebuilding broken places. And the issue is that they did not provide or submit a necessary documents audit prior to the end of the calendar year, so therefore they were not provided any funding. They have requested a $15,000 plus. I talked to Mr. Wall, who is the CPA, on Friday of last week, called him, and after us playing telephone tag for a little while, we did get in touch with each other. And I just had a brief conversation with him. I just wanted to understand if the delay in getting this audit was attributed to anything that Rebuilding Broken Places had provided him that might be of concern to the council. He assured me that the delay was not on the part of the applicant, but on their part, due to their shortage of personnel and their client for this year. They just did not finish it in time. He also assured me that I had no reason to look that there may be something in their review, or the Mr. Wall's organization's review of Rebuilding Broken Places information that they submitted that would create any question on our part. And the last thing that I asked for is, well, when do you think it'll be submitted? He said, I feel pretty certain it'll be completed and turned over in August. So that having been said, I would ask the council if you want to allow continuation of consideration of funding for this organization, and if so, do you want to put a not later than final date that we will entertain or consider them based on the information I had from Mr. Wall's office?
I don't have any problem at all.
I would like to still consider them, but I don't want to have it on a deadline or contingent upon it being due a particular time, because we know sometimes audits are late, and sometimes they say we'll have it here, but we don't get it then, so I don't want to put that stipulation on them.
Do you think establishing a date would have some impact on the accounting firm trying to get it to us, or to rebuild in broken places? You know, we could always, I hate to say this, but we could always go back if necessary and extend it, but I don't want to open that can of worms yet.
Could we do 60 days and saying, then we'll revisit, but it's not there? That's kind of, Catherine, isn't that what the state did to us?
I just want to make sure that if they don't meet the 60 days, it's not a consequence of rebuilding because the accounting firm did not provide the necessary documents at the time.
I just feel strongly that we need to give them a chance to submit. As far as the deadline, and if we already are saying that we're going to extend it, then that definitely have the teeth. Because I hear your point, Mayor, of being able to equip rebuilding broken places with the ammo of saying, hey, I've got this amount of money on the line. If we can get this done by the end of August, except the fact we just publicly said that we're probably going to extend it. So unless it helps us have a deadline to remember to revisit it, I would say submit it this calendar year and be done.
December 31st?
Yeah, I say calendar year, so at least then we have a prod to remember to go back and check on it.
Okay. Is that a motion?
I mean, we're still doing discussion here.
Okay.
I don't have a strong opinion
Okay.
on December, to be honest with you.
Well,
So should we just make the consideration and not have the date, but we know in August, we're going to be calling Mr. Wall back and say, hey, where are we at with this?
okay, so we're just.
So that way we don't have to go back and extend it. We can just keep it open. If that's a good idea. City manager, do you have a recommendation?
I just didn't want to have to handle it in June of 2024. So hopefully they're done August, September, we can roll on and get it done. If not, we'll let you know.
I'm okay with that.
So we're just going to, I'm not saying this in a negative way, I just want to make clear. Right now, there's no desire to establish a not later than the date, is that correct? Okay, so we'll just continue on and hopefully get the audit at some point, hopefully in August, as Mr. Wall indicated. Is that correct?
He gave you, he was fairly, could assure you that in August you were going to get it anyway.
He sounded pretty confident to me, or pretty, the conversation that he left me with is that he understands the situation, that the city has money that was appropriated for them, but they're holding it up until such time as we get a audit, and that he's going to try to do what he can to make sure the audit is completed in August so that they can get the money. So if we don't want to establish a date, we'll just continue to go forward and hope that they do get it in a timely fashion.
Okay, I understand council concurs that we will honor this FY 22-23
Yes.
and the 23-24 budget
Yes.
once they get the audit done.
Do you need that in the form of a motion since it is a budget amendment?
We'll bring the amendment, we'll bring the budget amendment.
Okay, we'll just continue that on then for a future time. Now, we moved item M on the consent agenda over to item C under old business. So, find that here in a moment. Felicia, are you in the audience? Oh, there you are. Okay, all right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council.
Good
I'm just
afternoon.
here with an update on our 23-24 annual action plan. On July 5th, 2023, HUD notified the city that the annual action plan was not approved and offered a remedy of corrective actions to be taken within 30 days of the official date of disapproval. The corrective actions included appropriating a 25% home match or requesting a match waiver, description of publicly owned land, clarity on the type of housing to be funded for the Chodo set-aside, rental, or home ownership. There were more prior year funds that were allocated in the plan available, so the projects did not equal the total amount of available funds. And a description of reasons for allocation priorities, description of process for funding with home funds, description of recapture requirements. And just for your information, Mayor and Council, these items were in the plan. They were just looking for more information, additional language regarding the items. So staff made the following corrective items, the following corrections, and resubmitted the annual action plan on July 14th, and officially requested a home match waiver. So the city qualifies for the home match waiver by meeting HUD's criteria of a financially distressed city. There was further description added of city's publicly owned land. Clarification was provided for Chodo funds that they will be utilized towards rental and home ownership. Added the missing activity, reappropriated the funds with the additional remaining prior year funds that were available. Activities were appropriately allocated. Added further description of reasons for allocation priorities. Added further description of process for funding with home funds, and finally added further description of recapture requirements. And there is no action needed from council at this time, it's just an update.
Any questions on the presentation? No action is required, as Ms. Williams stated. If not, thank you, ma'am. Okay. Now we get back into the new business and talk about the city fiscal policy guidelines, and Mr. Murphy.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff. Tonight, we'll be discussing the city fiscal policy guidelines and the strategic plan financial metrics. To support this discussion, we have our business partners, Davenport, on the line. Mitch, are you up there? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Apologies for not having my camera on. My internet's a little spotty here, so wanted to make sure I had the audio.
Thank you, Mitch. In addition to Mitch, we have Mr. Clark, our fellow from East Carolina, who's been working extremely hard on the strategic plan as well as the CIP over the summer. So,
hi, nice to meet everyone. If I haven't had the chance to meet you, it's great to be here in person instead of watching online. But it's been a great opportunity working with the city of Goldsboro, and thank you, Octavius, for giving me that opportunity. Thank you.
appreciate you. So, a little background. The city fiscal policy guidelines adopted April 19, 2010, and revised February 15, 2012, established general fund available balance to and utility fund reserve targets that enable our government to fund operations and maintenance and capital requirements when revenue is down and costs may be up due to the national, state, and or local state of emergency or the city-specific reasons. The city currently does not have a bond rating policy which enables it to be a low-risk borrower when undertaking projects. None of these important guidelines are in the strategic plan as well. Our discussion, the city staff and our Davenport financial consultants recommend the following revisions to the city fiscal policy guidelines and strategic plan. General fund available fund balance should be replaced with unassigned fund balance as depicted in the annual comprehensive financial report, with the target being at least 15% versus 15%, to be more in line with other cities our size as recommended by the LGC. Utility fund reserves should be replaced with cash and investments to properly qualify the necessary liquidity. Maintaining a very strong bond rating is crucial to the city's financial stability and growth. So the recommendation by motion is to accept the fiscal policy changes and the strategic plan metrics stated below. And I hope you've had the chance to review those. Any questions?
Council, are there any questions you might have concerning the presentation and the changes that were submitted? If not, is there a motion to accept the fiscal policy changes and strategic plan metrics presented?
So
Second.
The motion is made and seconded. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion is carried. Thank you, sir. Okay, the next item on the agenda is public art selection process update. And I think we have Ms. Michaela who's going to come and speak to us from downtown development. And you can introduce yourself, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I am Kayla Jones from the Downtown Development Department, and I am here to give you an update on the public art process. Okay, gotcha. Here we go. All right, so just to give you or refresh you on the background of the public art project, as a part of the Center Street Streetscape project back in 2015, the Public Art Steering Committee was created, which is a group of diverse individuals that come together to make a decision to select public art to be displayed in our downtown areas. And so first and foremost, we believe that art changed every year brings engagement to downtown. It creates an element of excitement, an interest to downtown, and also other benefits is it's very cost efficient to lease the art and change it out year after year. So with that being said, for the July applications for 2023 to 2024, we had 14 responses from the community. And those regular members include Aaron Fonseca, our downtown director, as well as Anna Henson from the Arts Council. And the other members for this year are myself, Ms. Beverly Durham, Bruce Malstog, David Wiley, Fritz Knack, which is here this evening, Heath Radford, Jim Grants, Katie Dickens, Michael Braswell, Robert Pender, and Terry Bradley. And so the Public Art Steering Committee met on June 21st, and we reviewed 53 pieces of art, and this meeting was facilitated by our art consultant, Mr. Jim Davis. And so within that meeting, we were able to look through the 53 pieces, great conversation, a little spirited debate, and we were able to narrow those selections down to 16 pieces. And then those 16 pieces went to public input or public comment, and that was from June 28th to July the 12th, this past Wednesday. And so that went out through our various social media outlets, and the public was able to go to the website and comment on their pieces. And so with the public art, there are two categories. You have your large categories that are placed in the roundabouts. Those are 4 spaces. We had 6 finalists. The large pieces are, they usually run $3,000. And then for the medium category, which are placed along the medians as well as the John Street parking lot entrance, There are 5 spaces, and there were 7 finalists, and those are run typically between, or they're usually 1,500. So just to give you a review of those 16 selections, first we have 3 Musketeers, and then of course you can see the dimensions and the materials. 3 Sisters, which is kinetic, so it does move. Next we have the Queen of Hearts and the Cosmic Knot, and again this is the large selection, so they would go in the roundabouts. Next we have Adam, Portal, and then for our medium category, we have Oh Dear, which we felt would appeal to our little ones. We have Bridge Over Waters of Time, Space Time, the Lagarde Medium, Origins Marker, Vessels, Particle 2, and so once we collected all of the public or input or public comments, we had 172 responses, and we took those comments and based off of the steering committee's recommendation as well as with the recommendation of our art consultant, Mr. Jim Davis, for the large category to go along the roundabouts, we selected these 4 pieces, which you see is the 3 Musketeers, the 3 Sisters, Queen of Hearts, and Portal. And then for the medium categories, our selections will be Particle 2, Bridge Over Waters of Time, Space Time, Lagarde Medium, and Oh Dear. And on Friday, September 22nd, that is our scheduled public art installation ceremony, where we will invite the community to come out as well as the artists to come and see the new art that has been installed. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Well, on behalf of the council, I want to thank you, members of Downtown Development, and the members of the commission that selected this. We have found, since we adopted this program, that art downtown really is something that draws people here. We see it all the time, them taking pictures in front of these art pieces, playing on them as the case may be. So far, no one's gotten hurt, knock on wood somewhere, and we haven't had, but to my knowledge, one piece that was actually damaged, and I just happened to be there literally coming by it shortly after it happened. I didn't see the people did it, but it had to be done within 10 minutes of me arriving there, and we called our city department, and they were there to put it back together. But it does really mean a lot to our city. We get compliments all the time about our downtown, and the art certainly is a contributor, a major contributor to the impression that people have of our downtown. So I thank the council for funding this and in our budget, and I thank all of those members that are involved in this election process.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Kayla.
Okay, we have finished the work session items of the agenda, sort of roundabout way, but got it completed. But at this time, we have time to go into our consent agenda items. So, Mr. Manager, I'm going to ask you to lead us into that.
I was going to ask Ron to make a quick comment here, since we're missing 3 council members and we have some ordinances that are being adopted or amended.
Okay.
You're going to need all 4 council members to agree to that. So if there's any item you would not agree to, you may want to consider removing it from the consent agenda and putting it on items requiring individual action.
Specifically, that would be items K, O, P, and Q. Not only the adoption of an ordinance the first time it's on, date of introduction, but these are the first time for the amendments as well. O, P, and Q. On the date of introduction, it requires a supermajority, so here we require all 4. We have 6 with a vacant seat. And so if there is any concerned that one of those is not going to, I would recommend it be moved to items requiring individual action and taken off the consent agenda.
What say you, council?
Looking. A Q, you said K.
I think we could go through them, and then if you have an issue with it, ask that it be removed at that time to an item requiring individual action. That way it's not
Okay.
part of the reason why you wouldn't vote for it when we do review the consent agenda. Is that good?
That's fine with me. It doesn't matter how we review it, but just vote time, if that's going to be an issue, and you have a concern, then motion that it be removed from the consent agenda to items requiring individual action.
Okay.
Okay, question. I'm not foreseeing an issue right now, I don't think. Is this something that we could just move to the next meeting?
I mean, you can move any of these to the next meeting if you like. I don't think there's a reason.
I'm talking about time restraints specifically. Are there any time restraints that this has to be done today, tonight?
I guess I'd ask the planning department on some of these. Let's see. No, I guess the planning department's not. Let's see. I just don't want it to hold up the other ones, not voting for one.
The ones requiring amendments, clerk,
Yeah.
and the assistant city manager, we're going to cover those. The only really one was the downtown development issue with K, which is the chapter 115 adoption. But the amendments to the others, it's their discretion if that's something that you can move to another meeting or not, or if you feel like you need to go ahead and have those amendments done tonight.
I was just asking, it's not,
I don't see
Do we want to proceed and hear them and then determine whether or not we want to act on them? Okay.
So, adoption of ordinance amending chapter 115 downtown development. This is district. So Greg's going to come up and present.
Evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. So, on June 20th, we presented a fairly detailed presentation, so I'm here to ask for a motion of this ordinance. One of the things that we discussed last time was safety at crossing Ash Street. So, planning has been engaged with North Carolina DOT to figure out what's involved in putting a pedestrian signal at that intersection, which will help mitigate that risk to some degree. The other issue that came up was the map of the district. So you'll see in your presentation there that we did carve out the area around City Hall and exclude that from the social district. I would just say again, the social district was really formed from its inception to include as many of the ABC permittees as possible. That's how we came up with those borders. One of the founding breweries was Brewworks, which is right behind City Hall. So we can carve out that space, we can put signage up, and that would certainly make it clear that this is not open to the social district. So that's really the updates that I had from the last time. We are prepared with our management plan, and we're ready to move forward. We would really like to have, our most immediate milestone is Freedom Fest. That would be a great opportunity to have this launch because we still have to get signs made, put the signs up, do the other things in the implementation plan. So I'm here to answer any questions that you may have about it.
Anyone have any questions on the diagram that was presented for the program? I noticed, I'll make a comment. I noticed that on the north side of, well, a 200 block of North James Street, in that block, there is no, on the south side of that, that block is taken up by St. Stephen's Episcopal Church and a service station on the corner. On the opposite side of that, there's a garage, a radiator service business, and a vacant lot with an office building, I believe, on the end of it. So I can't see why that's even in the diagram. Does that make sense? I mean, did I say it correctly?
Right. I think at the time, if I'm understanding, you're talking about the block that's bordered by Ash Street and James Street?
Correct.
At the time, the direct carpet building was approved, and it still is approved for special use for alcohol. So that property would be excluded if that block was taken out of the social district.
Well, that business is not facing, I'm talking about just the North James Street from intersection of Mulberry to Ash Street. There are no businesses there presently. The south side of that, or excuse me, the east side of that is basically church property with just a service station on the corner. And on the west side of the street, there's a garage, a vacant field, and then an office building on the end. So it would, to take that off might mess up your nice rectangle that you have here, but is there a reason why that would be
Well,
included?
typically what happens is those borders are set up on streets. And so if you were to want to include the one ABC permitted business on the corner of Ash and Center, you would still, you would have to
You're talking about
essentially run the border through the middle of that block, which would not be, if I'm understanding you correctly. So the borders typically are just drawn around the streets because that's a natural delineation of where people can go and where they know, oh, this is the stopping point, I can't go any further.
Well, you're right. The convenience store that sits on the corner of Ash and James, if the west side of their property does in fact face this James Street that I'm talking about, so maybe that's a good reason to include that in there. And they do have a permit, to my knowledge, to sell.
And I would just also add that throughout the history, the very short history of social districts, boundaries can be redrawn, they can be, I don't know of any that have been shrunk. I know of quite a few that have grown. Some had multiple, like Greenville had multiple districts in their city, which they ended up merging. So it's a very dynamic thing. It's not, with the ordinance, it doesn't necessarily set, this is absolutely set in stone, this is where the boundary would be. Because it can change over time based on the needs.
Any other questions on this item? Madam Mayor Pro Tem, you're smiling over there.
Oh, no, I'm all right.
So the idea with the ordinance is you can change the diagram as you want, but basically all the text behind it would stay the same.
And that'll just evolve as we see what happens, so I don't see any problem with that.
I guess then, do we want to leave this on the consent agenda?
I think we should remove it
Yeah.
tonight.
We need to make a motion.
If you had one of your members request it be removed from the consent agenda, then you move it over to items requiring individual action.
Okay, so we have a request from one council member to remove it. We can either remove it totally and reschedule it for another time, or we can put it under item requiring individual action.
I'm requesting it be moved until next meeting.
Okay.
I second that if you need to inform me.
Any further discussion?
If we want to remove it altogether, then we're now amending the agenda, so then I would like a motion to do that.
Okay.
We need a motion to amend the agenda by removing item M.
I make a motion to amend the agenda by moving item K.
K, I'm sorry, not M.
And I
Okay.
second.
Is there a second?
I believe Councilman
Charles.
Gaylor made a second.
Did you say? Okay, I'm sorry.
And again, we're referring to table it to next meeting, right?
Okay, so the motion is to remove it, to amend the agenda, removing item K to the next meeting.
Yes.
Okay, and the motion is second. Any further discussion? All in favor by removing it, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, we'll go to the next item.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council. I have this evening contract award for consulting services, grants management software. The Community Relations and Development Department has sought community development grants management software services from qualified firms to provide equipment and services for end-to-end grants lifecycle support to enable city staff to successfully manage grantee activities, pre-award, post-award, through grants closeout across multiple grant categories. The city advertised and initiated an official request for proposals on May 4th, accepting proposals until 2 p.m. May 25th. The city's Community Relations and Development Director, Information Technology Directors, and Procurement Manager facilitated a non-mandatory pre-proposal conference via Zoom on May 11th with 13 interested attendees. The city received 4 proposals on or before May 25th from Benovate Incorporated, doing business as Neighborly Software, AutoScene Government Solutions Incorporated, Giaco Incorporated, doing business as Forward, and Valsatech. The proposal evaluation committee, consisting of Community Relations and Development Director, Information Technology Director, and Assistant Information Technology Director, met to review and evaluate received proposals on June 21st and submitted scored evaluations to the procurement manager on June 22nd. Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-135.9, Best Value Information Technology Procurements, Benovate Incorporated, doing business as Neighborly Software, received the highest score. It is recommended that City Council by motion adopt the attached resolution authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a contract for a total amount of $61,800 with Benovate Incorporated, doing business as Neighborly Software, for community development grants management software. And I will add as a final note, Mayor and Council, that the grants management software is an eligible HUD administration activity.
So, Council, do you have any questions, and do we want to leave this on the consent agenda?
Mayor, this item doesn't require unanimous vote.
Okay.
Contract approval.
Right.
Just a reminder.
We'll leave it on the consent agenda.
That's fine with me.
Thank you.
Oh, distribution, collection, division valve truck. Public Works, Rick? Okay, got you, Jamie.
Amateur. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm Jamie Stanley. I'm the new Deputy Director of Public Works, and I'm here to present a consent agenda item for our distribution and collections valve truck. This is an ongoing saga for over 2 years, but currently we have a purchase order for the F550 body with a vendor that has so far been unable to provide the equipment. Currently, they cannot provide an estimate of when it will be delivered, or even if it's in production at all. But we have located a vendor who specializes in this type of equipment, who can provide this chassis in the fourth quarter of this year. The reason the timing is important is, as soon as we get the VIN number, the actual valve body can begin production. So our recommendation here is to take the funds from the FY21 PO, which is in the process of being rolled over right now, and issue a new PO for the new vendor. Excuse me. There is $6,500 difference in the new vehicle. It is a 2024 model, but we do have the funds available in our operations budget that's already approved for this year to make up the difference. So I recommend that you approve us dropping the current vendor and moving to a new vendor.
Any questions?
We don't have any choice.
No, that's my fault. No questions?
Thank you so much.
Oh, amending Chapter 32, Boards, Commissions, and Departments of the City of Goldsboro. City Clerk.
Good evening, council. I have amending Chapter 32, Boards, Commissions, and Departments. The City of Goldsboro recognizes the need to maintain correct descriptions of city departments and advisory boards. Sections of the code related to city departments have not been revised since November 1974. After a review of Chapter 32, several administrative changes are needed to include moving the engineering department to its own section, moving the code enforcement division from the inspections department to the planning department, removing community development from the planning department, changing the name of the community relations department to the community relations and development department, and updating the duties of the planning commission. It is recommended that council adopt the attached ordinance amending Chapter 32 boards, commissions, and departments of the City of Goldsboro ordinances. And this change in the code has been reviewed well over a year from all, we've been working on it for over a year with the departments to make sure everything is updated and correct.
Any questions on item O? Okay.
Somebody did a lot of work.
Item P, City Clerk, Police and Fire Department.
I have amending Chapter 33, and I won't read all the preliminary background again. The city recognizes the need, but parts of this code section has not been updated since the 1970s. And after a review of Chapter 33, several administrative changes are needed to include updating cross-references, updating parts of the code for the police and fire departments, and revising the Fireman's Relief Fund to correspond with North Carolina General Statute. It's recommended that council adopt the attached ordinance amending Chapter 33, Police and Fire Departments of the city's code of ordinances.
Any question on item P? Do you want it removed from the? Okay. All right, thank you.
And item Q is amending Chapter 53, Water and Sewer Systems, to include the adoption of the system development fees. Assistant City Manager Livingston.
Thank you, Tim. City Council, Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor, I'm here tonight to go over the system development fees, which, as we all know, are back in 2017, the legislature created system development fees to replace impact fees, which are been used by hundreds of cities and towns in the state of North Carolina throughout the country to help build capacity and offset the cost of growth. So the goal of the study there was to try to determine what we actually have in terms of investment in our ground, so that we can calculate the method of fees based on what's called a buy-in method, which simply means that to help offset the cost of our utility system, you spend X amount of dollars based on the size of your tap as an impact fee, which is now referred to as the system development fee. So we're asking this be considered for adoption, again, to help offset the cost of growth and help build capacity for things like our new wastewater treatment plant, which Mr. Fouch very much explained how we need that, and, you know, had we done something like that 20 years ago, we might have $3.5 million's worth of capacity now, and we could be doing economic development, plus we would be in a better position to be the regional provider. But this is a way to help pay for things like that. That's why I point that out. So I'll answer any questions the board may have.
First of all, let me ask, does anyone feel that this item needs to be removed from the agenda? If not, is there any questions on the proposed changes in the system development fees as presented? Yes, sir.
I don't have any questions about them per se. I'm just curious, do you know other cities, other water systems that are in our economic development region, do you know how these compare to those?
Yeah, he did do a study on that. We were right in the middle. So we're not high, we're not low, we're just ballpark right in the middle.
Perfect.
And you know, this is we're going to see a lot of this because we've approved a lot of new growth lately. I'm just be real with you here. The way these fees are paid at the time of building permit, it ends up rolling into the cost of other things. But, somebody's got to pay the bill, and if we don't have it offset by growth, then it ends up being paid for by the consumers that are already on the system, the ratepayers now. That's why I consider it a best management practice, and that's why the majority of systems, especially our size, definitely do that. And that is a fact.
We have been discussing this development fees for some time now, and so it's Mr. Livingston and the mayor, the manager, Mr. Salmon, and Public Works and others have been discussing and reviewing and comparing with other cities and so forth, and this is the proposed recommended fees, and so if we do not want to remove it, it'll remain on the consent agenda item list for further vote at a later time. Any other questions, comments?
Can I just mention that there was a couple of administrative changes made last minute, so council has an updated copy of that ordinance in your folder.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah, you were given an updated version of this. They were administrative, the numbers were not changed, just administrative. Okay, let's see, we're down now at the end of our normal work session.
Item R is your monthly department reports. Questions?
Okay.
And council's good with the consent agenda as presented here. We could move to closed session for litigation and economic development.
Okay. All right, if there are no objections, we'll have a motion to go into closed session to discuss litigation and economic development.
Second.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into closed session, so I kindly ask you to Okay, it's 7 PM on Monday, July 17th. And this is the Goldsboro City Council regular meeting. I want to welcome you all here tonight. We have a full house here. And I would, before I get started, I would ask that if you're here, if we have a great number of people here to speak on a single subject, it will help time go by if you could have a minimum number of people speaking on that particular subject. And just put that out. You're going to be heard if you come up there, but for the public speaking, you'll be allowed 10 minutes to speak on the subject. And we'll have a clock here. So anyway, let's get started. I'm going to call this session to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Ham.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews.
Present.
Councilman Broadway.
Present.
Councilman Gaylor.
Present.
So we have a couple members absent tonight, but we do have a quorum, so we are legally permitted to continue. And we'll do so by first standing for our invocation. Archbishop Anthony Slater will lead us in that, and then we'll follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'll stand, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Council, thank you so much for all that you do. If you allow me just to ask everyone just for a moment, for a moment of silence, we can bow our heads just for a few moments on behalf of the Goldsboro Police Department. Our Father and our God, we thank you. We thank you, Lord, for the business of the day. We thank you, Lord, for allowing us to have the ability to speak, to hear, to love. Father, we ask you, Lord, this city is in need of you, to come and help us, help others. Give us the mind to do and the hearts to pull it through. Father, we thank you for what you're about to do. We ask you to touch all of our local officials, the employees, and even our residents. As we even do business tonight, God, you be sovereign over it. And we thank you in advance for touching even the police department, fire department, and all the other services. But ultimately, Lord, we give you glory. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Bishop Slater, as always, sir. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mayor Ham.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews.
Present.
Councilman Broadway.
Present.
Councilman Gaylor.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum, as I mentioned, so we'll go in. Next item is the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the work session and regular meeting of June 20th, 2023, and the minutes of the special meeting of July 6th, 2023?
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? There being no discussion, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Minutes are approved. We have a couple of presentations at this time, 3 as a matter of fact. We'll start with our employee supervisor of the quarter, and our manager, Mr. Salmon, will take this issue.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to do the employee of the quarter first and then the supervisor of the quarter. Officer Luke Miller is recognized as the employee of the quarter, fourth quarter fiscal year 22-23. Officer Luke Miller put his training to use on June 6, 2023. He was flagged down by a mother whose 13-year-old was having an anaphylactic reaction due to food allergies. The 13-year-old was not breathing on her own, giving the universal sign for choking or not being able to breathe by putting her hands around her neck. The mother had an EpiPen but did not know how to utilize it. Officer Miller took the EpiPen, correctly utilized it, providing the child with some relief to her allergic reaction. Officer Miller called for EMS and kept an eye on the daughter. He also took the time to educate the mother on how to properly utilize the remaining EpiPen. in the event it would be needed in the near future. EMS took several minutes to arrive on scene, and had Officer Miller not properly utilized the EpiPen, the outcome for the 13-year-old could have been worse. Officer Miller's work ethic, accomplishments reflect well on himself and the city of Goldsboro. Officer Miller, please come up. Thank you. Your efforts are greatly appreciated by many. We're going to do a little presentation here to you, along with on the backside a $500 check, thanking you for your efforts. Major Learning, can we get you up here as well, maybe for a picture? All right, thank you.
We have any other, we have any family members here?
I'll give him a word. I will tell you, he does not want to be up here. Luke is joined, his father and family and friends are here, and Luke does come from a law enforcement family, so he's got that in his background, so obviously it comes second nature. Young guy, he just went to training. We just sent him through CPR training. This epi training was very fresh, and I'm sure there's a lot of parents in this room that know and probably have felt this before, but it's different when it's your kid. You might can run to the next door neighbors and help that person all day long, but sometimes parents get in a panic when it's their kid, and thankfully, Luke was calm, did what he had to do, and did an awesome job. So it's great to see him up here being recognized, even though he did not want the recognition. So I'm excited for him. But yeah, he does have family, friends that are here.
Get him up here, get a picture.
Yeah, come on up, family. Get a picture made.
They don't want to be up here either.
Get in the photograph. The next item is our annual national night out.
Oh, we got one more, sir. Supervisor of the quarter,
sorry,
please.
excuse me.
Josh Shockley is recognized as the supervisor of the quarter for outstanding achievement. As the event center manager, Josh Shockley has exhibited professionalism, integrity, and customer focus as we continue to work through and out of the pandemic. He continues to go above and beyond to serve the citizens of Goldsboro and many other guests that visit the Goldsboro Golf Course and Event Center. Josh continues daily, weekly, and monthly to put in place protocols for the event center to run as smoothly as possible. He and his staff work together to take care of their patrons daily. The citizens and guests of Goldsboro are continuously relaying compliments regarding the service and professionalism they receive during their functions at the event center. The number of referrals and compliments continue to be a great asset to the success of the event center. Josh has only been the event center manager for a year, yet he's accomplished a 67% increase in the events over any year that the city of Goldsboro has owned the event center. For the month of January 2023, Josh brought in revenue in excess of $21,000 for the month. This is 72.5% more than any other month in the history of the city owning and operating the event center. Josh's work ethic, professionalism, integrity, and customer focus reflect well on himself and the city of Goldsboro. Josh, great job. Thank you very much. Felicia, you want to come up and join us for this photo here?
Let's do y'all first.
Center up here a little bit.
Yes.
For you, sir, another $500 check. Thank you for your work efforts, and I'm sure Felicia will have something to say.
Well, I really don't have a lot to say because what you read pretty much said it all. Josh's ability to work with our citizens of Goldsboro and our visitors has been outstanding. We have so many rentals going on now at the Goldsboro Event Center. It's to the point now because I have him and other Parks and Recreation staff. They send me, well, not only weekly updates, but they send me a monthly update that we compile into a monthly report. And it's to the point now that when he sends me his update, he'll say, and we had to turn away 34 patrons because we didn't have the date available that they wanted. And we had to turn away 33 patrons this month because we didn't have the date that they wanted. So the Goldsboro Event Center is becoming a very popular venue. People realize the gem that it is in Goldsboro, and part of it is because of Josh Shaw.
Got anything, Josh, you want to add? Oh, did they want a picture with the family? I'm sorry. Come on, let's get a picture here. I'm sorry.
Come on.
Yeah, get him back in here.
Come on back, buddy. They want a face.
There he is.
Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some fabulous people that work for the city of Goldsboro, and they work for you as well. So it's always a pleasure for us up here to have them come before us, and we show them our appreciation for the work that they do. So at this time, I'll go to the next item, which is the annual National Night Out proclamation. This is an annual event. It's a national event, and we participated here in Goldsboro at the park. And our police department and our fire department are out there along with other agencies and services. Encourage you to come out and participate in this. You'll see some interesting activities, and you'll get a chance to see some people that really provide support and service to you. So let me read the proclamation. This is an annual national proclamation on that event. Whereas the National Association of Town Watch is sponsoring a unique nationwide crime and drug prevention program on August 1st, 2023 called National Night Out. And whereas the annual National Night Out provides a unique opportunity for the city of Goldsboro to join forces with thousands of other communities across the country in promoting cooperative police community crime and drug prevention efforts. And whereas the city of Goldsboro plays a vital role in assisting the Goldsboro Police Department and the Wayne County Sheriff's Department through joint crime and drug prevention efforts in the city and the county, and is supporting National Night Out 2023 locally. And whereas it is essential that all citizens of the city of Goldsboro be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and the impact that their participation can have on reducing crime and drug abuse in Goldsboro and Wayne County. And whereas police community partnerships, neighborhood safety and awareness, and cooperation are important themes of the National Night Out program. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim Tuesday, August 1st, 2023 as the annual National Night Out in the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and do hereby call upon all citizens of the city of Goldsboro to join the National Association of Town Watch in supporting an annual National Night Out on August 1st, 2023. Again, I highly encourage you, if you've not been to one of these events, to come out and show your support for our police department, the county sheriff's department, and others that'll be out there. Next item on the agenda is our Goldsboro Wayne Purple Heart proclamation. I'm going to ask Councilmember Broadway to read that, and I think we have someone here from the Purple Heart Association. Come on up, sir.
It's always an honor to read this one. I spent 25 years not trying to get a Purple Heart, but it's an honor for the people who have earned it, and it's always a pleasure, and I encourage everyone to go to the banquet on August the 5th. This is a proclamation. Whereas the original Purple Heart, known as the Badge of Military Merit, is the oldest military decoration in the world in present use. And whereas the Purple Heart was established by General George Washington on August the 7th, 1782, during the Revolutionary War, as the first award made available to the common soldier to recognize outstanding valor or merit. And whereas following nearly 150 years of disuse, the Purple Heart was reestablished by the President of the United States on February 22nd, 1932, and whereas the Purple Heart is awarded to military and civilian members of the U.S. Armed Forces who are wounded by an instrument of war in the hands of the enemy, and posthumously to the next of kin in the name of those who were killed in action or died from wounds received in action. And whereas the citizens of Goldsboro and Wayne County have great admiration and the utmost gratitude for all the men and women who have served their country in the armed services. And whereas veterans have paid the high price for freedom by leaving their families and communities and placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas many citizens of our city, county, and state have earned the Purple Heart as a result of being wounded while engaged in combat with enemy forces, construed as a singular meritorious act of essential service. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council and the Wayne County Board of Commissioners do hereby honor the service and sacrifice of our nation's men and women in uniform, wounded or killed by the enemy while serving to protect the freedom enjoyed by all Americans. Now therefore be it resolved that jointly the Goldsboro City Council and the Wayne County Board of Commissioners commend the Board of Directors of the Goldsboro Wayne Purple Heart Foundation for honoring Purple Heart recipients at its annual banquet on August 5th, 2023, and a special tribute to those service members who have received the Purple Heart and families of Purple Heart recipients who are deceased. Witness our hand and seal the City of Goldsboro and the County of Wayne this 5th day of August 1923. And I'll come get it.
Yes, sir.
It's a special honor because I knew this guy's dad in the Marine Corps, and it's good to see another jarhead or somewhere. Way to go.
Thank you.
See you at banquet.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Council members, I want to say thank you on behalf of the committee putting this banquet together. Without your guys' support and the support of Wayne County and the city of Goldsboro, we wouldn't be able to put that on. So on behalf of the council, we really do appreciate you, as well as the citizens of Goldsboro.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask, we have any veterans in the audience here? Raise your hand. Stand up. Look at that, folks. Wow. Our city manager served 30 years in the Marine Corps, and I served 25 years in the Army, like Councilman Broadway. And we go to these Purple Heart events each year. I wear the CIB proudly, but I don't have a Purple Heart proudly, thankfully. Not just proudly, but thankfully. But there are people, some of you who stood up may have a Purple Heart. Any Purple Heart recipients in here? Good, good. Well, this is a very poignant event, and I go to it, will be attending it, and to see those people come across in front of the audience there is pretty impressive. And there are people out in the audience whose loved ones aren't here because they didn't survive. But we thank you, veterans, for your service, and continue to support that program. Okay, we'll move now into the public hearings. And this is where I said before, if you're here to speak on a particular item, the speaker will have 10 minutes. We'll put the clock up there, so please observe that. Up. Okay, we're not going to have a time limit, all right? But don't take 30 minutes. When I'll announce when the time to come forward after the reading of the item. But as I said before, if you're here to speak on a particular item and there's a group of you, it will help things go faster you have designated speakers for you. At this time, come forward, we're going to hear Z1023 Mears Bluff Village rezoning.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Good evening.
So we only have one rezoning proposal tonight. This is the Mears Bluff Village conditional rezoning, proposed to rezone from a R20A zoning district to a conditional R6 zoning district. This property is located off North NC 111 off of Pickens Drive at the Mears Bluff subdivision, if you're familiar with that area. The properties proposed to be subdivided are approximately 22.4 acres. They're proposing 79 single-family lots in this development for this rezoning, built out in 3 separate phases. Looking at the aerial map here, you can see where the properties sit on either side of Pickens Drive at the entrance to the Mears Bluff subdivision. So looking at the existing zoning, this R20A zoning has been established to accommodate your rural density, low density, single family uses, primarily that are going to be utilized on septic systems where sewer may not be available to support a higher density. This proposed zoning district, because it's a conditional district, is proposed specifically for these 79 single family lots. When looking at the surrounding area here, you can see the predominant zoning throughout this area is R20A. You do have some R16 adjacent across 111 that allows a slightly higher density development. And so looking at the land use plan designation, this falls within the low density residential area. This was given based off existing residential development patterns, things that may constrain development, and the lack of infrastructure. And so this R6 conditional district does not correspond with that low density designation. And here you can see you have low density on one side of 111, and then on the other side you do have your medium density residential, so it does get a little bit more dense in that general vicinity. Whenever this went out for TRC review, there's not any specific comments at this time. If approved, this would be required to go through the subdivision and site plan review process where full comments would be generated on this. So here you can see the proposed concept split out into phase A, B, and C. And so staff's evaluation and synopsis on this, it's going to be built out in 3 phases as stated. Phase 1 or phase A being 35 lots, phase B being 21 lots, and phase C being 23 lots. The proposed, the adjacent uses, you do have the Whispering Woods subdivision and you do have the Mears Bluff subdivision. So the immediate surrounding area is all residential use. The parcels are going to have access off of Pickens Drive, not 111, and the development in that site plan that we just looked at does incorporate 25% open space. Staff is recommending approval of this conditional rezoning based on the fact that this would satisfy the growing demand for housing in Goldsboro, as well as it wouldn't be out of character with that predominant surrounding residential development you have in the immediate area. Also, one thing to note, back in 2008, the developer actually purchased sewer capacity from Stony Creek Church on their force main in anticipation of a higher density development at some point on the properties owned here. And so whenever this went to Planning Commission at their recent meeting, it received a vote of 6 in favor, 0 against. And at this time, if council has any questions for me, I can answer them. If not, it's a public hearing, as you know.
Council, any questions to Mr. Brinkley?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, go back through the slide with the zoning, the adjacent zoning. So everything on that side of 111 is R20. Can you discuss a little bit of the difference between R20 and R6? Like what it would allow?
Yeah, so R20, minimum lot size is 20,000 square feet. So you're gonna have larger lots, lower density type development. Typically on lots that size, they're gonna be supported by a septic system. As you start getting into smaller densities and smaller lot sizes, typically you have to have that sewer in place to support those types of development. Given the fact that they have purchased that sewer capacity, it does make it a possibility here, and that would aid in a higher density development, which that R6 would allow for. With it being conditional, it would be for these 79 single family. They couldn't exceed that amount. They could go below it, but they couldn't go in there and exceed it.
Any other questions?
So they can't exceed more than the 79.
They cannot have more than 79 based off their application.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak may come forward at this time and speak. You give your name, sir?
Hello, my name is Daniel Brock, resident of Mears Bluff subdivision, bought our lot in 2011. Did y'all want copies of what I was going to say?
To the clerk there.
Thank you.
So these are general concerns from the concerned residents of Mears Bluff Plantation. I'm one of the longest tenured residents there, also a member of Stony Creek Church where the septic was purchased from. So I was aware of that before we purchased our lot in 2011. The site map I was originally given by Mr. Jim Sasser, and when I asked specifically about what was to be used up there, there was never any mention of 79 home sites that did not match or at least resemble what we currently have, and it was zoned as residential like we currently live in. That was what I was told in 2011 by Mr. Sasser. So here's a list of concerns that we have as a community, and others will want to speak here shortly. The proposed rezoning would bring an already tenuous traffic pattern at the entrance of Mears Bluff Plantation and the adjacent Cottonwood Drive, which is Whispering Woods across the street of 111, to an even greater hazardous environment to all vehicle traffic. There was recently a head-on collision in January of 2023 that blocked all traffic from entering or leaving the neighborhood. Currently, there's only one point of entrance or exit of the neighborhood, which currently has over 150 single-family residents and 240 home sites as is right now. The addition of 79 patio homes at the entrance of the neighborhood would greatly exacerbate the number of vehicles using only one entrance and one exit. As one of the largest neighborhoods in Wayne County, Mears Bluff Plantation is one, if not the only, with only one point of entrance and exit for a community of our size. Without a secondary access for entrance or exit, if there was an automobile accident as occurred in January of 2023, EMS would not be able to access other residents of the neighborhood in cases of emergency. Just for reference, the road was blocked for almost an hour and 15 minutes. Roads are already deteriorating at the front of the neighborhood. With current traffic volume, the pace of road deterioration has outpaced the North Carolina Department of Transportation's ability to adequately maintain an appropriate level. We do weekly calls for pothole fixes. The front of the neighborhood is alligating out completely on the entrance, and that's with current traffic volume, not adding at least another 150 cars that would come in and out with this number of homes. Currently exiting the neighborhood in the morning is a hazard due to school and work traffic. Within a 2-mile radius, there is Tommy's Road Elementary, Wayne Preparatory Academy, which is a K through 12 school requiring a sheriff's deputy's presence for traffic control in the morning and the afternoon, with traffic backing up from the stoplight at Tommy's Road through Patetown all the way past our actual subdivision entrance. To the point that my mother-in-law or my mother cannot adequately get the kids to school in the morning to Country Day because they're scared of the traffic. When the initial plans for this development were presented to the City of Goldsboro Planning Board in the mid-2000s, I believe 2005 is correct, there was no plan for a new K-12 charter school, Wayne Prep, nor did it take into account the rapid growth of Wayne Christian School or Wayne Country Day School. The current proposal was never presented to any homeowner who purchased property in this subdivision. While we are aware of future plans for development, it was never presented in this current iteration. With a significant increase in the number of home sites, it has been zoned as a single-family rural residential area, and that has been the expectation of the homeowners of this subdivision. The proposed homes will not meet current covenant guidelines for this community. The proposed homes do not hold to the character, design, or integrity of this neighborhood, and a completely new zone or covenants would have to be created for this when we have all lived under current covenants since we purchased homes for myself being since 2011. The current proposal will destroy the current natural landscape of the front entrance that was presented as a selling point to all homeowners when looking at property within the subdivision. The developer has made no effort to incorporate feedback or input from the homeowners who have dutifully purchased property from them and built homes. Homeowners' decisions were based off information provided by the developer to potential buyers. If this current proposal had been known, most current homeowners would not have purchased property or had a different decision to make. The city of Goldsboro cited on the original plan that in an effort to preserve existing trees, the city of Goldsboro has incorporated a tree preservation ordinance into its unified developmental ordinance plan. Therefore, existing trees shall be retained and incorporated into the landscape development plan to the greatest extent possible. This comes directly from the original site map. This current proposal makes no attempt to preserve the natural tree line area at the front of the development. The current proposal is for homes that would not be close to the value of the homes that have been built. There is grave concern over how such a densely populated patio home area would affect the value of single-family residents that homeowners have worked hard to pay for. While this may seem trivial to the developer, this is most homeowners' largest investment, and we wish to protect. Just as a point of reference, I've been a Wayne County resident most of my life. I'm from Grantham. For me, and the way we've always operated in Wayne County, it was your word meant a little bit of something. This is not the first time that things have changed based off what we were told initially. There's a number of homeowners in here that were deeded or sued and received deeds in the mail for property they didn't think they were going to own, that were septic repair fields out of the blue. And this kind of came up as a different plan than what we were originally told. I think most of the homeowners in here will tell you similar stories. We are not against development. We've always known it was a possibility for future development. But what was foretold to us was not this density and was not against what was already being planned for our neighborhood. We are seeking for there to be a reconfiguration to something that more closely matches to what we currently have in our neighborhood and across the street, and it does not cause such a tenuous traffic situation to be even worse. It was mentioned to me by, I think, either the developer or the architect that, this is popular in Raleigh. Nobody here lives in Raleigh. We don't want to live in Raleigh. We chose to live here for a reason. So we're just asking to keep our neighborhood kind of as it is. I think if you look behind me, we have one of the most diverse, inclusive neighborhoods in the county, and it's not due to anyone other than the community members. We are welcoming and open. We would welcome future homeowners, but we would like to keep it at the current integrity of the current neighborhood. Thank you. And if y'all want to see the original site map I was given, I can let you pass this around. I've got a copy at home. So you can see this. Thank you for your time. I'll give the floor to someone else.
Thank you. Anyone else wishes to speak, please come forward. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Hope y'all are doing well. My name's Kenneth Powell, and I live at 405 Pickens. I've been a resident in Wayne County all my life. And when we bought our homes there, it was represented in one fashion, and now it's classic bait and switch. The entrance was a pristine, tree-lined entrance, and now he's talking about obliterating all of that. And we're concerned about how it's going to affect our property values, but also this traffic count. I don't know if there's been a traffic evaluation done, but there's a lot of concerns. I think that it's going to be detrimental to the whole neighborhood.
you.
Good evening. I'm Mike Berg. I've been living here for 11 years, 40 years in the federal service, not only military but also civilian. Grew up in Illinois, but North Carolina is definitely home, so I really appreciate the opportunity. I just want to say that, first of all, the entrance is kind of key to me. I don't know how many of you have actually been to Mears Bluff Plantation. If you have not, I'd highly suggest you go out there and take a look at the entrance. It is beautiful, and cutting a lane into that and getting rid of some of the trees, it will just devastate the environment that we bought our homes to live out there. Also, the traffic is an issue, which was already discussed. We moved in 2011. We were not notified of, we knew there would be more subdivisions or divisions going in the back, but we were never told anything about a front and the patio homes, the smaller homes. Again, I'm worried about resale. I don't plan on reselling until I die, and my kids have to worry about that, so it may not be an issue. However, it is property value, and right now, that's a concern for me. If you guys do consider this proposition or this rezoning, I would really like to see, kind of like Mr. Wells said, the sizes of the lots going up and the housing being more compared to what we have now. Most of them out there are brick. Even the sheds we put up out there have to match your house, including the garage doors, the windows, and the peak of the roof. So that would be a concern of mine. Again, it should be commensurate to what we have there. Maybe making close to $250,000 ranges. I don't know what the price now is. I've lived in a subdivision before that was $200,000 and less, and it very quickly turned into a rental property, and it became just an eyesore for everybody that was involved in that. I would ask two final questions, or one final question to the board. Would you guys want this to happen in the front of your your subdivision? That's my major concern. I'd like to say thank you for letting me have the time to present this, and appreciate your support. Thanks, sir.
Can I speak after him?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Blaine Crocker. I am the developer, CE2 LLC. I met with the homeowners the first of the year, probably in March, I believe, or maybe April, to discuss the proposed plan, and they saw a map of the plan. We had an open discussion about their concern about the traffic coming in and out of Mears Bluff. With that concern, I hired a company out of Raleigh, Ramey and Kemp and Associates. Each one of you should have received a copy in your email about the traffic study that was done. If you haven't, I can provide a copy, but I emailed that last week. The report has 35 pages to it of a bunch of numbers that even I'm not smart enough to figure out what they mean. But on the back of page 6, it states, and I'll read from their report from the company. Based on the findings of the study, no improvements are deemed necessary to maintain acceptable operations with the proposed Mears Bluff Village development expansion at the study's intersection. Now, this company is open for any questions that you may have in the near future. I purchased the property from the original developers who developed phase 1. When I developed phase 2, 3, and 4. I bought the front section of the property to develop with the use of sewer, phase 5, or the front phase, which I call it. I knew that the phase did have the capabilities of sewer, where the land itself does not have the capabilities of septic systems. So the sewer connection makes it quite profitable. So in your same packet, you should have received a copy of that sewer agreement with the city and NC Weyerhaeuser, who I purchased the property from. Okay, I would be interested in seeing that plat that was passed around. Just curiosity. I'm not sure exactly which one that is.
accurately depict what you plan to put in there?
Well, what this shows you, Mr. Mayor, is that, it says the future development, 12 plus acres. And on the other side is future development, 7.2 acres. At the time that I purchased it, I knew this existed, that's one reason why I purchased it, but I was not aware of exactly what I was going to put in there. We do, thank you. I do plan to put something that's pleasing to the development of Mears Bluff. Again, do I have a structure picked out? No, not at the moment. But it will be one structure per family. It won't be a condo, it won't be a duplex. And I've had numerous opportunities to sell this property, both phases 2, 3, and 4, and the front phase, to other developers and give them an opportunity to build what they wanted to build. But that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what the original developers had planned. So I was trying to stick to, and I think we have, to protect Mears Bluff and the residents in the last phases, and also try to do something a little different but still reputable in the front phase. Okay?
Any other comment?
No, sir.
Any questions? I have one. You mentioned that you met with homeowners.
Yes, sir.
And we have homeowners here. And I'm not going to ask people to stand up and say I did or I didn't meet with him, but how many homeowners did you meet with? Is it just one time, one meeting?
We met one time. It was at the entrance or the front section. It was at that time. Again, it was March. There was nothing it was a bean field. What it is. So we met there. It was dry, and the weather had changed, and the weather was applicable to meet as a group. I would say that there's maybe 60, 80 residents. I can't say that they were individually homeowners, as they were husband and wives who greeted. And I answered questions to the best of my ability. I told them the truth. I was asked if the trees would be knocked down. And I said, yes, they will be knocked down. But the trees also will be replaced. I was asked about how many lots. And of course, I told them there would be 79 lots. That's the maximum that we can squeeze with that rezoning number. So again, I answered all the questions very openly, and I still do.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
So I'll need a minute afterwards to look at this as well, but talk us through the restrictive and protective covenants that are subject, or that under which the land is currently subject.
I'm sorry, repeat it.
The restrictive and protective covenants that
The
were mentioned
covenants.
earlier. Obviously, I've not taken a look at these deeds.
Sure.
What currently runs with the land?
With the lots that are currently in Mears Bluff, well, there's
As
several
well as
things.
the land that you acquired.
There are no protective covenants that I'm aware of that goes with the land, the front phase. Is that what you're asking?
It is.
Okay, so there's no protective covenants there that are attached to the two sides of property on the entrance.
So it was not done with the original plat for Mears Bluff?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Okay, but the protective covenants that are existing, there are 4 versions of it, well, really 3. They discuss home sizes, they discuss construction materials, they discuss how to keep your yard,
right?
How to what building you're supposed to put as far as a storage building, where to park your boat, and it even goes into no on-street parking in those areas. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir.
Good evening. Just want to thank you guys for taking time. Just a couple things I wanted to address. Sorry.
Introduce yourself, please.
I'm sorry. I'm Brian Daniels. I've actually lived in Mears Bluff since 2015. Built my house there in 2015. Started talking to the original developers probably around 2007 when it was being developed, before there was ever a house built in there. And we were told by Mr. Best, Mr. Sasser, that that front area would probably never be anything, maybe a church or something like that, that they might sell it to. I was never told there would ever be any more houses put in that area in the front. So one quick thing, if I may. I know Mr. Crocker said he purchased the land from the original developers, but it's my understanding he's actually related to the developers that originally opened Mears Bluff. So I just want to bring that out. We did have a meeting. There were not 60 or 80 people there. We had 2 days notice. It was all dropped in our mailboxes 2 days before, and we were supposed to meet at the front of the neighborhood at about 5:30 in the afternoon, which a lot of people weren't home and home from work at that point. So that was an issue. They're proposing this as a new neighborhood, as if it's disconnected from Mears Bluff. But if you look at the site map, you'll see the entrance that we already have. That entrance is staying. So this new neighborhood will not have its own entrance. It will be sharing the entrance that we currently have, that every homeowner here who built their house and bought a house in Mears Bluff bought their house because, as the developers told us, we wanted to develop a neighborhood that wouldn't be all the houses right on the front of the road. We wanted to develop a neighborhood where you could drive into a nice entrance, drive back to your house, kind of like Walnut Creek is how it's presented to most of the homeowners who built, at least early on. And now that is changing for us. That neighborhood is not going to have their own entrance. They're going to share the entrance with us. So they may be proposing it as a new development, as a development that's going to have different restrictions and different covenants, but they're not proposing it as something that's going to, they're not saying it's actually going to share our entrance, and it's going to completely change our entrance. One thing, and I just was made aware of this, but something called spot zoning. And Ron, I could send this to you later on if that would be helpful. But something called spot zoning. And I'm not sure if, and I don't know if the city council has already approved this or if this is being considered to be approved, but something that you would need to look at as spot zoning and to show this that this is reasonable, not just for the developer, but for the residents who are currently there now. And again, we're talking about 150 current homes, 240 already developed lots that are ready for houses that are built under the same covenants that we're under. But now he's adding 79 patio homes to the front entrance. Just a few things, a few notes on spot zoning that I wanted to bring up. The surrounding land is zoned differently. I mean, you're talking about proposing a new zone in order to make this happen, because you've had to buy a new sewer system or purchase a sewer line from Stony Creek to make this possible. I don't think that's reasonable to do something like that. It changes the very character of our neighborhood, what we all built our homes and invested in our homes to do. Just an example, some of the restrictive covenants that we currently have in our neighborhood, we have covenants against, talking about what types of fences that we can have, what types of outbuildings that we can have. Our outbuildings, we cannot just purchase an outbuilding. We actually have to take our outbuildings, if we build one, it has to be sent before Mr. Crocker to review it and decide it's approved. It has to be built according to the way your home looks. It has to look to match your home. And we've actually had some homeowners who weren't aware of it, purchased a house, put an outbuilding on the lot and had to have it removed. But since that has happened, now we've got a new patio home, and they're not going to match the homes that we have in the neighborhood. Sorry. So I think the biggest thing is that I think all of the benefits here to the 79 new homes is going to be strictly to the developer. It's my understanding that even the new homes, if they're rezoned, they'll only receive city water and sewer, and they won't receive other city benefits. So the main benefit to this new development is not to the residents of Mears Bluff, it's to the developer. And so that's what I would propose that you guys to consider seriously, is it who benefits from this the most? Does the residents of Mears Bluff, City of Goldsboro, or to Mr. Crocker? Thank you. Any questions for me? Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak, come forward. Good evening.
Mayor, hi. Hello. My name is Tracy Haskins. I'm a resident of Mears Bluff community. I've been there since 2016. And the biggest concern, I don't want to be repetitive or redundant, but the traffic it's already horrendous with the homes already there. It's 150 current homes, 240 with the 79 patio homes, and one way in and one way out. That's an issue in itself. There's the bypass Highway 70 there. There hasn't been any talk of an addition to that for an additional outlet. There are homes still being built in the back of the subdivision. I'm not sure if a road could be put there or what the plans are for future use of that home. But when we purchased our home, we were never advised of a 79 development for patio homes. I'm not sure if they're going to be classified as affordable homes or if they're just classified as 79 patio homes to be added to or in front of our subdivision, which is going to hinder our community. We have just that one way in and one way out. It's going to encroach on our driveway in and out. I'm directly on Pickens Drive, so I'm directly affected by it. And I'm at 206, and the entrance or exit is right across the street from where my home is. We have a very diverse community, like everyone said, veterans, military, entrepreneurs, everyone's hardworking in that community, and we pride ourselves on how we keep our property. And we're concerned with the equity in our homes, with losing that as well as part of this project that they want to approve. And also, a question I had was, how does that affect, with this property being in the front of Mears Bluff community, and we are considered county, they've purchased sewer from Stony Creek. How is that going to affect the traffic with us in and out? Because they're going to be zoned city schools, to my understanding. And for the most part, we're county, or either our children use they're in private schools or the secondary schools, Christian school and Wayne Country Day. So there's going to be more traffic that way with the buses in and out. Again, the emergency departments, if there's an emergency with the traffic accident that just happened, that's a hazard for someone that may have a health issue and may need help as well. So all these issues taken into consideration, I think that it should be looked at or even delayed until a better position is, a better opinion is proposed. Homes comparable to what we have now. Like, why put those type of homes there and they're not comparable to the homes we have and worked so hard for? It's just like almost a slap in the face, if you ask me. That's what it feels like. And again, everyone in the community feels basically the same way. But I just wanted to make those points. But I also wanted to hope that the city of Goldsboro finds the proposed conditional rezoning to be inconsistent with the low-density residential designation, because it is inconsistent, and basically due to the traffic and the hazard that's going to propose, and based on the characteristics of the homes, the new homes that they're proposing to build. So I like all that to be taken into consideration as well when you do vote. And I hope that it's in our favor, but that's it. Thank you for hearing me. Have a good evening.
Hold on a second. Anyone have any comments or questions? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak, come forward, please.
Hi, my name is Mandy Murphy. I live on Brighton Drive in Mears Bluffs. Probably one of the newest in the neighborhood. We purchased an older home that had already been built. We moved in October. We had no idea about any of this. This information was not given to us when we moved in, wasn't given to us through our realtor, anyone. Even the people, and we weren't really allowed to speak to the people that were selling their home to us. We literally only met them one time, and that was in the driveway. These homes in this neighborhood are on at least a half an acre. They're 3,000 square foot homes, most of them brick. We've got a 2-car detached garage. These are $500,000 homes, and they want to build these little patio homes in the front. So it's going to devalue our property, and the whole issue with the entrance and exit and all that. And I don't think they're thinking about how many cars are actually in the neighborhood now. There's 5 people that live in my house. There's 5 cars that are on the road. So multiply that by the 150 homes that are already there, at least 2 or 3 cars per house, and then you want to add 79 more homes to the same entrance. So anyway, thank you.
Look, ma'am, any questions anyone has? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Sir, you're only allowed one time to speak. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Janet Musher. I live at 507 Pickens Drive. I wasn't actually going to speak tonight, and I felt it very important to come up here. I've had a very tragic day. We lost a military member that we were friends with for over 30 years. He took his life tonight. And so I'm here because this is very important to me because I live in Mears Bluff. I've been there since 2019. Previously lived in Lane Tree for 17 years. We came here in '02, compliments of the United States Air Force. We've made Goldsboro our home. I twisted my husband's arm 4 years ago and said, hey, let's build a new house. I want a different house. So that's how we ended up in Mears Bluff. And I'll be honest with you, that was the most appealing thing to me when I drove by that neighborhood. It caught my eye was the entrance. I have a lot of friends that live in Walnut Creek. I've always thought it was a beautiful neighborhood, but I never wanted to drive that far out, you know, in the county. So I was like, this is beautiful. Took my husband in, we picked a lot, builder, you know, we picked the plans. Never once was I told that that area out front was going to be developed into anything but what it was. It's beautiful. Like a lot of the people have already said, if you've not driven out there and seen it, it's just gorgeous. And to me, it's just detrimental to think that that's just going to be pulverized. I attended the developers' 2-day notice meeting. I came in from work. I just barely made it. I work in Clayton. Standing in the field, people were trying to hear. He had already started the meeting. A lot of us had missed, you know, the beginning of it. But for me, I grew up in Virginia. Every neighborhood in the area that I grew up in always had extra, you know, it wasn't just one entrance and one exit. Matter of fact, my mother, who comes down often to visit, when we moved, that was one of the first questions she asked, where's the other exit entrance? I said, Mom, there isn't one. She goes, what do you mean? There's X amount of homes, you have to have that. I said, apparently not here in Goldsboro, you don't. So, but I don't want to touch and repeat on everything that's been talked about with the traffic and the safety and everything. But, you know, you can do traffic studies, you know, but I live there. I go to work in and out every day. I've actually almost encountered a head-on collision from somebody turning into the other neighborhood as I'm trying to turn into my neighborhood. So it's already, those issues are already there, you know, and then we're going to compound it with all the construction right there in front of our neighborhood. How are we going to get in and out of that? You know, I've watched the new sections come up, watched all the beautiful homes being built, seen the increase of, you know, the dump trucks, you know, bringing in the lumber and such. So I've seen the increase because I live on that main area on the back there. So we're going to have all of that in the front of our neighborhood. How are we going to get in and out? You know, it's kind of scary to think that if something happens, we can't get out of our neighborhood, there's an emergency, you know, what are we going to do? So I would just hope that you would take this rezoning proposal heavily. You know, they're wanting to put tiny houses on lots that are only going to be 6 feet apart, you know. So just kind of imagine that those people will be able to reach out and touch their neighbors literally. It's just not, I think, the integrity of the neighborhood that I would like to see. I'm all for development and progress, I understand, but I just anyhow, I just needed to say what I had to say. I wasn't planning to come up and talk tonight.
Thank you. Anyone have a question of this lady? All right, thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, come forward. Sir.
I'm Rick Nelson.
Good afternoon, sir.
From the other perspective, I live in Whispering Woods still. And one of the things that I'd like to tell you about living in Whispering Woods is I've been there since 2005. And in 2005, when I got there was no Mayor's Bluff Plantation. But I can tell you what I've appreciated about Mayor's Bluff Plantation is the sight picture that I see when I come down 111 and how beautiful it is. I can tell you what it's done for me. In 2005, my house was built in 1983. And with that, I've seen my property value soar. I'm military also, 30 years Air Force, and retired. But one of the things I can really appreciate about this area is the spacious lots. I live on a corner lot. I run through Mayor's Bluff Plantation. I ride my bike, and maybe some of you have seen me. And I'll do the same thing. It's just a beautiful scenic route. I can tell you, I have 3 children. They live in Raleigh. Well, 2 live in Raleigh, 1 lives in Wilmington. When you put condensed housing in an area, it is something that hustle and bustle, and it's how you're going to get in and out. But one of the things about that area, it's you want to come home, you want to relax. You can really get back and say, man, this is a nice place to be. But when you basically put in an apartment building or a high flow area, because I go to visit my sister sometimes, and some of the residential areas that they live in, and houses aren't cheap in Florida, I can tell you that. But the thing is, they're so close together and so tight together, it's a detraction from the environment that you're in. So what I really like, my neighbor, he had brought this to me, and he said, they're getting ready to do all this. One of the things I can really tell you, going out my area, I love that one way in and one way out. I do. But if it's going to be inconvenienced by other areas, we're going to add more to it. It's going to be a hard thing to do. And I can really understand what the residents are saying. Because I live in the older area. It's peaceful, it's tranquil, and it's a beautiful place to be. We're not trying to compete with Raleigh. People move away from Raleigh to get to a place like this because they love the tranquility of the area. It's not so much about the development and what people thought years and years ago. I can tell you truthfully, sometimes people go out and they make a decision, and they make those final decisions. When I moved here in 2005, I said I wanted to move in that area, and I looked for a long time. I was in TLF, the temporary living facility on base. But when we found that house, my kids enjoyed it. My wife enjoyed it at the time. But it was a beautiful place to be. And I can understand how these folks are feeling right now. Mayor's Bluff Plantation, for Whispering Woods, what it's done, my property value was down here, but it's come up here, and it's almost comparable to what Mayor's Bluff Plantation is. So to cheap shot, there's too much land. There's too much space here in Goldsboro, North Carolina, just to pack it all in one spot. If you can match it up and make the houses and the developments match, I say it makes sense. But if you can't, sometimes you just got to go back to the drawing board. Okay? When we die, we pass away from here, guess what? We can't take it all with us. So you might, what is the end number on what we're going to make on this development? The more we can pack in, the more dollars we can get. That might not always be the smart decision. So when the town of Goldsboro makes their decision in which direction to go, I can tell you I'm extremely happy to be in Mayor's Bluff Plantation, and I'm extremely happy when my property value has increased. And I can tell you that these folks out here, they're probably extremely happy right now. But if you go and put these condensed environments and it doesn't match what we already have, people get disgruntled, not content. For sale signs go up left and right. And then guess what? People are looking for somewhere else to go. But right now, people are trying to come and live in Mayor's Bluff Plantation. I already know that my house is a gold mine and I'm living over in Whispering Woods. So I would say just consider very carefully before you make a final decision, because it just doesn't affect the developer, it affects all those families, and I believe all those families outweigh what the developer is doing. Any questions from me?
Any questions? Yes, sir, thank you.
My name is Wells Warner. I live in Mears Bluff, 111 Bright Drive. I agree with everything everybody said. Just clarify a couple of points. The original meeting that the developer's talking about was mostly we're going to do this and not a question and answer or looking for input. Second is we are all under the assumption that the covenant covers this area. And if it does, he can't do what he said he would do without violating the covenant. And thirdly, I would plead with you all as a group to go out there and drive through the neighborhood before you make a decision. Any questions?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Tony Wooten, and I wasn't going to say anything tonight either, but it behooves me to share my feelings. I'm a proud product of Goldsboro, 1981 graduate of Goldsboro High School. I moved away after college and stayed away for about 30 years, working in industry, living in a lot of different places, from South Carolina to Georgia to Milwaukee to Arkansas. And in 2013, I had a life-changing event where I lost my wife, who was also a native of Goldsboro, class of 1981. And at that point in time, I had a 10-year-old son. And I had to decide what I wanted to do as a single dad. And it became very personal to me to bring him back to where I grew up at. And I got my foundation. Family's still here. I made some decisions that was important to me. Number one, could I go back to Goldsboro, North Carolina and live? I'm from there. I never saw myself ever coming back again. Number two, could I create an environment that my son could thrive in so he could be as proud of his father? Number three, could I get gainful employment that interests me enough that made me want to come back and be a resident of the area that I grew up in, that I loved? Fortunately for me, I was able to make all those things happen. That's why I'm standing in front of you tonight. My son graduated from the School of Engineering. He's at East Carolina now. I work with one of the long-standing employers in the county as the HR manager. And we found a place that we love, that we could call home. I moved from Rock Hill, South Carolina below Charlotte, 4,100 square foot home on the lake. So it was important for me to provide for my son an environment that I believe he could prosper in. We found that at Mears Bluff. I looked all over the county, even outside the county, for a place that I felt like was home. And you've heard other residents talk about the entryway, the feel, the lot size, the residents. It all came together for me. So I had the three things that I was looking for. I came home because of those things. I, like the rest of them, watch our property values, watch our neighborhood, and it would be a shame to make any changes that's being proposed here tonight. The traffic is horrendous. We've got growing schools in that area, and on any given morning between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock, you can see traffic backed up bumper to bumper down past our entrance, and more traffic coming in to the Goldsboro way. If we've got 150 homes there now and zoned for 240, that's growth still yet to come. You add another 79 on top of it, that's going to be mayhem and chaos in that area. I think all of us that spoke here tonight hope that you consider all the feedback that you've gotten, along with the proposal that you consider. And again, look at it from our point of view. Again, we made decisions, and we're proud of the decisions we made, and we just hope that we can keep on calling Mears Bluff the home that we love. Thank you.
Any questions, this gentleman? Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Come on up, sir.
Mayor,
Good evening.
Councilman. I'm Quinn Wright. I'm fortunate enough to live in the Cottonwood area across from Mears Bluff. And when I say fortunate, Mears Bluff is absolutely beautiful. The entrance is fantastic. But whenever I come out in the mornings, on any school morning, or even in the afternoon, I'm fortunate that I am not in their line to turn out of the neighborhood. It backs up. I get to turn right. There is constantly a flow of traffic. And I thought, there's no way that they can have this much stuff up here without being some kind of developments in work. So I looked it up. Okay, and when I looked up, I saw the Goldsboro MPO Strategic Transportation Plan. It was submitted 5 days ago. You may be aware of some of it, all the changes that are coming. I've seen where they proposed the 4-lane from Tommy's Road all the way up to William Street, or it's going to go up to Country Day, and then there's another section that's going to go up all the way to William Street. They're also going to the road to the right, the Tommy's Road, the one they cut off whenever they built that big lake there. They're going to complete that. That is a propose. That would improve traffic. What you don't see is, well, actually, let me back up. The one thing I did see that made no sense to me is on 111 and Don Pate Road is proposed to put a roundabout. That is 3 miles north. That's past Stony Creek, and it was to improve traffic flow. Well, that really made no sense to me, other than the fact that you're going to do all that when your problem is between right there at Tommy's Road, where the 4-lane will stop, and up to Mears Bluff and Cottonwood. That's where the problem is. So I think traffic will be a lot better to the south. To the north, where the proposed 79 houses will go, it is already a mess. So whenever I was driving today, whenever they proposed a roundabout, that tells me that there was a study done. Where can we improve traffic? Well, if they went 3 miles north, why wouldn't they do anything right there with the problem? That's the problem area. They built the bypass. The original bypass, I moved here in 1994. The original bypass was supposed to have an exit. Due to budget cuts, they got rid of the exit. They made the bridge more narrow. You cannot ever widen that without tearing that bridge down over the bypass. It can't be done. The concrete pillars come all the way down to just off the edge of 111, right? The problem is never going to get better. It is only going to get worse at this point. So whenever you put 79 more in there, it's only going to get worse, right? There's people out of Mears Bluff, and I've sat there and witnessed it while I'm waiting to turn right. They need to turn left to get into town, to go to the school, right? And there's no way to make that wider. Or there's the front car wanting to turn left to go to the school, to the Wayne School right there. There's no turn lane. The whole traffic backs up. It backs up past my neighborhood, which is directly across from Mears Bluff. So why would you add more whenever there's no fix? And I think that's something that the board really needs to take into account before that. If you can't fix it, it'd be one thing if you could fix it. But the cost of construction of a new bridge and shutting down the bypass would be major. So that's not a $10 million project. That is something a lot more. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Any questions?
Aye, sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on, ma'am. This gentleman here, beat you to. You're next. You're next. He was standing before you got up. I'm sorry.
My name's David West, and I live in the first house as you go into Mears Bluff. So we're right there where all the action is proposed to take place. I have a son, two sons, but three sons, but one of them lives in Houston, and he was looking for a home, and he called me and asked me exactly what he should do. And I said, well, make sure you fall in love with the neighborhood as well as your home that you're going to purchase. And that's what we did as a family. We fell in love with our neighborhood. I spend a lot of time in my yard. I spend a lot of time outside. I spend a lot of time all over both the neighborhoods that we've been talking about tonight, walking around. I'm a retired principal. I teach now again back over at Wayne Prep Academy. And I get the opportunity some mornings, but every morning, when I'm looking out my window when school's late to get started, of the gridlock that's taking place. And there is a lot of traffic out there. School is late, not every morning. Some mornings we'll have a police officer to come out, but it's still slow going. And it's because you got all those schools right there together, and with all the housing that they're proposing, it won't get worse. We can talk all night about how we're going to make it right and how we're going to do better and all. It ain't going to get any better. It won't get any better. It'll get worse and worse and worse. I don't have any objections to developing the front, as long as it's developed tastefully, as long as we keep the integrity of our neighborhood, as long as it's like the rest of our neighborhood, as long as our property values stay where they should be. We have a very caring neighborhood, and I think this current plan is going to take away our natural areas, of course. Overcrowding is going to take over. Safety on our streets is going to be a problem. It's going to cause a lot of issues. That's going to take away our uniqueness. You've heard a lot of people talk tonight about our neighborhood being very diverse, and our neighborhood is very diverse, and we're thankful for that. We're proud of that. Everybody cares about each other. We help, we do, we talk, We visit. I mean, it's a great place to be, and we're very blessed for that. What I would ask you to do is the same thing that one of our neighbors asked you a few minutes ago. You know, I've sat in meetings, I've sat in school board meetings, all the principal meetings, everywhere, and everything a lot of times is just based on what you see on paper. I would ask you to do this, same thing he did. Get out of here and get away from the paper and go get in the street, on street level, on community level, because it is a community. Go see the area that you're making the decisions about. Go watch the people. Go watch how we interact. Go watch the beauty of the neighborhood. It would be very, very wise to make decisions that way. Know what you're making a decision of instead of just looking at a piece of paper, because we would like for you to go by the whole plan and the people collectively, because you got a big decision. This is not one of those decisions that you're going to make and it goes away or nobody says anything about it or whatever. It's going to stick around for a long time. And we would just hope that you would make that decision based on people, because we have some great people in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you. All right, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Thomas, and I live at 102 Windbush Court in Mears Bluff. You know, I'm concerned about the impact of the 79 additional homes in the front entrance because I have an adult child with special needs that's autistic and also epileptic. So I'm concerned about emergency management, being able to get into the neighborhood. I live towards the back, not in the very back, but towards the back. You know, earlier we had an officer that got an award for administering an EpiPen to someone. My child has seizures, grand mal seizures. I'm concerned about the additional traffic from 79 more homes in the front entrance, would be approximately 160 more cars if an emergency would arise of them being able to get to my son in time. And that's all I have to say. Anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wish to speak? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Tony Galato, and my wife and I live at 110 Windbush Court. You've heard all the numbers, and you've heard all the stories about safety and everything like that and the community that we have, and we do have a great community. We moved in there, we started building in 2017, and we were the very first house in phase 2. It was so new that it was still dirt roads. I was gone and my wife decided she was gonna go out and buy some property. And she said, this is where we wanna build. We moved from the 111 side of town. We had a nice home and stuff like that, but we were ready for a change. And this was our retirement. I did 26 years in the military, retired. My wife is also retired, and she gives back to the community as a local nurse and travel. But we built this house based on what we saw, and she fell in love with it from day one. So much that we bought an additional property adjacent to ours. We've expanded, and we have 3 homes on the end of our cul-de-sac, all built by the same developer, and it is beautiful. People come down our street to see what they're getting into in all the existing homes around. We've heard that we're expanding now out to the 240. When this traffic survey was done, those houses still haven't been built yet. So we don't even know the impact of those homes being built and adding to what we already have as a problem in the area. So now we add these additional, there's more cars, more people, more traffic. But it really is a beautiful community, and it's a neighborhood that we decided that's where we want to live. I call Goldsboro home now. I've been here for 28 years. I'm originally from New England, but when people ask me where I'm from, it's Goldsboro. I've lived here longer than any other place I've lived. And I decided to stay in Goldsboro after we retired because this is where we want to be. And this place was what we wanted. We built it for us, for our future for our grandchildren and our children to take over that property, and that's going to be their home. And the last thing we want to do is have that be taken away from them by adding something that doesn't look like the rest of the stuff in the area. The big thing I took away from what Mr. Crocker said, and it was two things he said. One, profitability. It's all about the profit I can get out of those homes that I'm putting up front. And two, kind of pleasing. Not exactly what we have, but kind of pleasing. Profitability and pleasing. Not what that community was about. That community is about homes, about having a home that you can be proud to come home to, that we've earned, we've put our work in and our money and built what we wanted for a dream home. That's going to get taken away. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions? Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Anyone else wish to speak? Final offering.
Mayor, I'll speak.
Good evening. My name is Octavius Murphy. I'm a resident of 102 Cascade in Mears Bluff. I'm excited tonight because I see two young persons in our audience here with their parents, and the lessons that they'll learn how government works is encouraging to me. Yeah, we have a really, really nice neighborhood. And when you look at the geographics that are taking place in Goldsboro, Wayne County, all the growth is going north of us. And it's a beautiful community. Each evening, probably on 2 or 3 times a week, my wife and I, if not my parents and I, we drive through the neighborhood to see all the new development that's taking place. Mr. Crocker, you and McFadder, you guys are doing a great job back in our community because you're taking a neighborhood that was already a great neighborhood and making it better. So I appreciate all of what's going on out there. But I've been buying houses, building houses for 40 years now. When you take a concept like this, after you've established a neighborhood like we have, and you come in with the patio homes or a version, I'm sure he's going to build a quality house, but it's not going to be anywhere near the quality that we have by design. He's going to put 79 houses out there, and he's going to squeeze those into that concept. And that's going to make what we have directly across the street from me a lesser value, just the nature of it. Maybe 10, 15 years we'll rebuild from that, but it'll change the quality. Now, what I won't do is say that that house is going to be not a nice house, because it's hard to build a nice house for $250,000 and say it's not a high quality house. $200,000, $250,000, that's a lot of money to invest in a property. There are a lot of single first-time buyers who will be able to acquire homes. But with that, you got to look at the capacity of your roads. We only have one road in, and that's going to create a problem, as I said earlier, with whether the statistics stated or not. It's going to be a big problem. And then I hate to say this, but with our education system, our public education system being what it is, the 3 school systems right off Paytown Road are going to attract more and more students, more and more families that will cater to them. Good or bad, like it or not, that's our reality. So I hope that in some way, form, or fashion that you'll encourage or work with Mr. Crocker to go back to the table. I didn't hear anyone here saying they opposed new construction, new houses. It's just the density issue is a big concern and will continue to be a concern if he decides to move forward with it. He's second generation. I mean, his father-in-law and Mr. Sasser, they've done wonderful work here in the Goldsboro community. So I hope that will continue. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
So I'll ask again, is there anyone else wishes to speak? Anyone else wishes to speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing on this matter, and I'll ask the council to consider a decision. Is there a motion to adopt the approval with the inclusion of the consistency statement? Or is there a motion to deny and adopt the ordinance to deny with the inclusion of a statement that deems this conditional rezoning request to be inconsistent?
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, I would like to continue this until a date certain to be our next meeting. As anyone here who's been watching knows, I am pro-development, and I have consistently sided with our planning board. However, I have not sided with them when I believe that all we're doing is setting up a legal fight where the only people who win would be the attorneys involved. I is one. And I don't want to set up a situation until we are absolutely certain in our planning office is also certain that the covenants in place don't apply to the front end of this, because I don't just want to set up a legal battle where no one wins. So for that reason, Mayor, I would like to avoid feedback and also to continue this to the next meeting.
Is this a motion?
It is.
Motion is made and second to continue it to the next meeting. Any further discussion? If not,
That's the August 7th
Yes, sir.
meeting, just to be specific on
yes,
that.
August 7th meeting. So the motion is to continue the matter to August 7th meeting. Motion is made and second. We've had discussion on it. All in favor of continuing it, signify by raising your hand. Motion is carried. The matter will be heard again on August 7th. That will give us time. I have some questions too, council member, and especially on the covenants issue. So those of you who are here for the Mears Bluff, you're welcome to stay if you like, but if you want to leave, this will be a good time for you to leave. And thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Are you going to ask to be sworn in? Should be.
I'm good.
Oh, did he want it? You trying to get one?
Okay. At this time, we'll go to the next item on the agenda, which is SU 523 cemetery issue.
Mayor, IT is currently working to get our clicker here working. Let's see. Okay. If not, I think they'll be working behind the scenes to help us move along the slides. Good evening, council, mayor. Good to see everybody tonight. We're going to be looking at 5 special use permit cases, starting with SU 5-23 Cemetery. The cemetery is located at the T intersection of Herbert Street and South John Street. So, the location of this proposed cemetery is at Herbert Street and South John Street. Goldsboro Memorial Gardens is considered the owner and applicant, is the name of Timothy Goldsboro. The current zoning for the property is general industry. Land use designation is industrial. The applicant's requesting a special use permit to construct a cemetery consisting of 2,250 grave plots. IT will move along. Yes, sir. So, as you see, the aerial ground zero, I'm sorry, that should just be cemetery. The general industry zoning district is established to accommodate the widest range of manufacturing, wholesale, and distribution uses. Again, here's the zoning for the property. You see R9 zoning to the east, to the south, general industry to the west and north. This designation's purpose is to establish and protect industrial uses for the use of prime industrial operations and for the distribution of products at wholesale. As you see here, the comprehensive land use plan shows it as being industrial. During our TRC review period, both planning and engineering had concerns over the proposed use and its location being within the AE flood zone. The applicant has also been requested to provide additional information for how flood impacts can be addressed for this specific use. If the special use is approved, the site plan will be required to undergo full TRC review before commencement of the use. Madam Clerk, let me just interject. I did not get sworn in for the public hearing. Should I do so now? Is that okay? Alrighty. So the special use is approved. The site plan would be required to undergo full TRC before commencement of the use. Moving on to the next slide. You see here is the site plan for the proposed cemetery, with South John Street being at the lower section of the slide. And of course you see the 2,250 graves plots. Sorry that's so hard to see there. Moving to the next slide. Hours of operation 24/7. Employees 1. Again, the number of graves would be 2,250. Moving to the next slide. Staff is recommending the following conditions in order to mitigate potential flood impacts for the use of the property. This condition has been recommended to do what has happened in previous flooding events. Each grave site required to have is going to be, as a condition, would be required to have an engineer certification for the site, certifying that coffins will not float, and other information deemed necessary by the Goldsboro floodplain administrator. At this point in time, Mayor, the council may ask planning staff or the applicant any questions they may have. And I believe Mr. Timothy Goldsboro may be here tonight. Mr. Goldsboro, are you here? He's here to speak on behalf of Mr. Goldsboro. If there's any other questions.
Okay. Does council have any questions for planning representative? Let me just ask you this.
Yes, sir.
I'm familiar with this area. I think we all are familiar with John Street and the flooding issues that happens along there. I've seen it flood. And your presentation mentions the requirement to certify that caskets will not float. I'm also familiar with floating caskets in our own cemetery.
Yes, sir.
So that's a concern that I have. I speak for myself. I can't speak for anyone else.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how you, obviously there must be some methodology to having a non-floating casket. But still think that we have to consider the location it is. So I'll just stop there because I'm getting beyond my own. So anyone else, does anyone else have any questions or comments they want to make? If not, if you want to speak for or against this item, please come forward so you can be sworn in. Good evening, sir.
Hi, how are you?
You
My
should-
name is Timothy Goldsby. I'm the one pitching the plan for this cemetery. I'm actually asking that this be continued until the next meeting. Planning did send me an email on the 5th, and there's still some issues that I am getting information for to present to you all. So I would like to have it continued until the next meeting so I could have a little bit more information to give you all to satisfy some of the concerns. But what I will say, I have been in this industry for over 10 years, and I'm as well familiar with the caskets that did float down in, Elmwood. I was actually working at a funeral home at the time, and we were part of the team that kind of worked with that as well. And I've also been the general manager of Clinton's Excavations, and we handled burials for years. And just on the surface now, one of the things I will say is those vaults that did come up were surface burials, which has been outlawed. By North Carolina law, burials must be 18 inches below the surface. With my plan being where it is to, kind of make people feel better and it helps to ensure that they don't float. I plan to go 6 more inches to cover 24 inches below the surface, as well as there will be no just casket burials. It will be mandated that you have a concrete vault. So those are a few things that I have come up with already to, for that issue. And but I will ask that if you will allow me to come back at the next meeting and I have more information for you.
Council. As a council,
The meeting that would be whichever meeting the special use permit is held, are they the first or second one? Second. At the second meeting, so the second meeting, not the next meeting.
Okay. August 14th.
21st.
21st, I'm sorry, 21st, 2 weeks. Council, is there concurrence? Do we need a vote or can we just concur?
We'll need a motion.
Okay.
A motion to amend the agenda and just remove the item? Is that the cleanest way to do it?
Next way to do it is continue to a date certain. August 21st.
Would that be enough time for you?
Yes.
So is there a motion?
I make a motion that we continue this until
21st.
August 21st meeting.
Second.
Motion's making second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, sir. Motion is continued to August 21st.
All right.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask for additional speakers since it's being continued. Okay.
Just close it.
Closed, okay, the matter's closed. And we move to SU 823 Special Events Venue.
Yes, sir, Mayor. This next item is for a special use permit, place of entertainment with no ABC permits associated with the proposed use. Location is at 103 West Patetown Road. Owner is Ms. Lily Taylor. Applicant's Mr. Jeffrey Rudolph. Zoning for the property is general business. Land use designation at this time is commercial, not industrial. The request of the applicant is for a special use permit to establish a place of entertainment with an ABC permit. As you see, there's a illustration of the property there at West Town and North William Street. Again, the general business district is established to accommodate the widest range of uses, providing general goods and services to the community. Again, I apologize for the lateness of our maps. Need to be reflected that that is a commercial, a general industry zoning district, not an industrial. Land use recommendation, this designation, if commercial, is based off of proximity to existing major transportation corridors and commercial development. Again, the land use map is incorrect there. It's not industrial, it is commercial at this time. Moving forward. Due to the nature of the use, the full TRC review is not required. If approved, a building permit shall be applied for and zoning compliance inspection shall take place prior to any use or occupancy. Again, as you'll see is an illustration here of the assembly area at 103 West Paytown. Entrance, yes, hours of operation, Saturday 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. Employees 1. Property will use city trash service for collection. Concept is for a large assembly area serving as a flexible space for weddings, anniversaries, birthday parties, etc. On June 20th, 2023, Council approved the rezoning of this property from general industry to general business. Mayor, I'll entertain any questions you or council has about this proposed use.
Anyone have a question of planning? Okay, this is a public hearing for this matter. Anyone wishing to speak, come forward and get sworn in. Anyone wishing to speak? If not, we'll close the public hearing, and I'll ask for a motion, and I'll read the motions here. Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by raising your hand. Is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property? Is there a motion for that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion 3. Is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Motion is made and second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by raising your hand. And finally, is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. Next item is SU 1023. Bar POE with ABC permit.
Yes, sir. As you said, Mayor, this will be for a bar downtown Goldsboro, to be located at 136 North Center Street. The applicant's name is Mr. Kyle Merritt. The zoning for the property is Central Business District, land use being mixed use downtown. Applicant's, again, request is for a special use permit to establish a place of entertainment with ABC permit. Here's the location of the property, close proximity to City Hall there. Next slide. This district is established to maintain and strengthen the concentration of commercial, service, residential, and institutional uses that serve the entire community and region. As you'll see, Central Business District zoning. This designation desires infill development and the improvement of the downtown Goldsboro area. Mixed use downtown is land use designation. Due to the nature of the use, full TRC was not required. If approved, a building permit shall be applied for and zoning compliance inspection shall take place prior to any use or occupancy. Looking at the illustration, you'll see the chairs and tables, and the bar area to your right, with storage and restroom facilities for customers of the facility. Hours of operation are from 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. Wednesday through Saturday. Employees 6. Property will use city trash collection for collection. 7 tables of bar seating for approximately 45 people will be provided. This proposal qualifies as infill development and could aid in the improvement and diversification of the downtown Goldsboro area. Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you for any questions from council.
Any questions? Okay, there are no questions. Again, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this, please come forward and get sworn in. I see no one coming, so I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
So moved.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by raising your hand. Is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Third, is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made in second. You got it, Madam Clerk? Okay. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Finally, is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan?
So moved.
Motion's made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, those voting to approve signify by raising your hand. The motion's carried. The matter is approved. Close the discussion on that item. We move to SU 11-23 Barbershop and Tattoo Parlor.
Mayor, the next item again is SU 1123, Hellraiser's Barbershop and Tattoo, be located at 2379A US 13 North. Applicant is Mr. Raquel Quintanilla. Zoning for the property is general business, land use designation, medium density residential. Again, the applicant's request is to establish a tattoo parlor within an existing barbershop. Here's the location of the property along US 13 North. Next slide. This district is established as general business zoning district, is established to accommodate the widest range of uses, providing general goods and services to the community. You'll see the zoning map showing a mixture of R12 residential manufactured non-conforming to the north. A large part of the property to the south of the proposed use is general business. Next slide. The land use recommendation is for medium density residential based off of existing residential development patterns and constraints to development. You see the land use map calling for medium density residential. Due to the nature of the use, the full TRC was not required. If approved, a building permit shall be applied for, and zoning compliance inspection shall take place prior to any use or occupancy, as the barbershop is already in existence, and this is just the addition of a tattoo use. As you'll see here in the illustration, you have 1, 2, 3 barber rooms and 2 tattoo rooms, a break room, restrooms, and a lobby for customers of the facility. Hours of operation Sunday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Employees 4. Turn it back over to you, Mayor and Council, for any questions you might have.
Any questions? Okay, on the matter of SU 1123, is there a motion that the use will not truly? Oh,
We need to open the
I'm
public
sorry,
hearing.
excuse me. Got to ahead of myself. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter, please come forward. For or against? Anyone wishing to speak? Is anyone coming forward to speak, so I'll close the public hearing on this. Now, is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by raising your hand. Motion 2. Is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, signify by raising your hand. Motion 3. Is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located?
So moved.
Motion is made. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? There being no discussion, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion 4. Is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan? That's the motion.
So moved.
For a second.
Second.
Any discussion? There being no discussion, all in favor signify by raising your hand. SU 1123 is approved.
Mayor, Council, thank you for your patience tonight. This is our last special use permit request. As you'll see, the North American Vinegar Company is proposing to operate a vinegar manufacturing facility, be located at 200 and 204 West Dewey Street. They're requesting a special use permit for the storage of flammable liquids and gases. The zoning for the district is general industry, and the land use designation is industrial. On to the next slide. You see a picture of the property with North George Street to your west, 117 bypass to the east. Next slide. This district is established to accommodate the widest range of manufacturing, wholesale, and distribution uses. As you'll see, the zoning for the property, general industry, majority of the area. Industrial is the land use designation. Next slide. And next slide. Due to this use only being at the concept stage, a full TRC was not required. If it is approved, the site plan would be required to undergo a full TRC review. Here's an illustration of the proposed storage tanks. You'll see 4 alcohol storage tanks on the far east of the property in the rear yard, 12 inches in diameter, 20 feet tall. Just to the west of those are 8 vinegar storage tanks, 14 inches in diameter and 50 feet tall. Next slide. Hours of operation, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Initially, to begin, they're going to start out with 7 employees. With that said, Mayor, any questions for council?
Any questions? Okay, this is a open public hearing for special use 1223 vinegar manufacturing. Anyone wishing to speak for or against, please come forward and get sworn in. So we got someone. Yeah, come on up and get sworn in, both of you at the same time. And I'll let you figure out who you want to speak for.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name's John Smith. I am program manager at Balfour BD TPG, which is the business located right across the street from where the proposed vinegar manufacturing company is. Really, I'm just here to represent the company tonight, and we have 56 employees with an aggressive 5-year plan to probably get up to around 80 employees. So I think we're just concerned about any risk that could be to the company or to the employees with the manufacturing of the vinegar or any byproducts that they may have. So we're just here to express concern and see what the outcome would be of what this company will bring to the environment here.
Before you step down, let me ask. Mr. Talton, has this issue been considered potential hazardous waste, or not just waste, but hazard to people working in it?
That's right. So we wouldn't be considered as hazardous waste, but again, because of its special nature, storing of flammable liquids and gases, of course, is before you're denied as a special use permit. Again, we'll address those concerns at a full TRC meeting if this site is approved, but at this point in time, I don't have any evidence to submit that would support it being a danger to the public.
Any questions on?
So the TRC will determine the danger level?
Absolutely. If the special use permit is approved, the TRC will be conducted. Our fire marshal will be a part of that TRC review process, as well as the building inspections team. And they're going to make sure that the site is in full compliance with the state building code, fire code, and any other federal codes that may be involved with this type of application.
Right. Okay. I think some of the concerns at TPG is we have large roll-up doors, and we have a large facility with people that could potentially be exposed of any of the smells or things that could impact our workforce and potentially impact delays to delivery of products and things like that to our customers. So we just want to make sure that it's being addressed and that everything will be reviewed at that time.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm Craig Fote, North Carolina Global Transpark Economic Development Region. I appreciate you allowing me to come up and speak again to you tonight. I've been working with American Vinegar Company since the onset of taking this particular job, trying to find them a facility to manufacture vinegar. There's 3 things in North Carolina that we know: pickles, Mount Olive right here in Wayne County, hot sauce, and North Carolina barbecue. They all require vinegar, and there's no vinegar made in the state of North Carolina. This would be the only vinegar manufacturer in the state of North Carolina. It is a value-add company to the state of North Carolina and to Goldsboro. I will tell you that the client, as I have been working with him, has been very conscious of any safety protocols. There are permits that are going to have to be put in place. He has already reached out to several state agencies as to containment that has to be put up for not just the alcohol, but also the vinegar. So there will be containment walls that are put up there. And I am here to speak to you guys to just tell you that I believe that this is a good fit for us. It's bringing capital investment into our city and into our county, and it's providing jobs. And for that, I hope that you guys will consider that for special use, and to let you know that this is just part of their due diligence on the building. They haven't even signed this, but if they don't get the special use permit, then they cannot move forward.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing on SU 123, SU 1223. And I'll go through the motion of asking the motions. Number 1, is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by raising your hand. Number 2, is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property? there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Mayor, if I may, and if this is out of order, tell me. Until TRC is completed, and we're not going to know any sort of air particulate. Now, I've seen vinegar being manufactured; it's clean. So in this one, I'm going to vote in favor. I'm not against this one. But if the TRC happens after the fact, in a different situation, how would we know?
Can you answer that, Mr. Talton?
And Kenny, can you explain what TRC actually is in that process for those people listening?
Sure. So, let me first by explain that, Councilman Gaylor, if you don't mind. So the TRC, the Technical Review Committee, that is composed of members of city staff, and departments, and other outside agencies such as NCDOT, Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, and let's see, the school systems, that's right, the schools board, if applicable. And so anyway, we have an opportunity to present this item up for discussion to each member on that committee. Now, of course, if it doesn't involve any school system, or if it doesn't involve any jurisdiction of Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, or involve any highway construction, then we will deduce that list back to our departments here within the city of Goldsboro. But that TRC, again, is responsible for reviewing site plans for the city of Goldsboro, and those sites, again, construction permits cannot be issued until full site plan approval has been granted. And again, we vet each site plan with the committee to make sure that there are no concerns, that there are no hazards, and if there's anything in specific that needs to be addressed up front, that we make sure everybody is aware of what those requirements may be in our ordinance, or possibly outside the ordinance when it comes to local building codes and things of that nature.
And if there was something, for example, North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, if there was a state issue, that would be fully addressed then, right?
It would have to be, and most of the time, Councilman Gaylor, again, we have ordinance requirements that have to be fulfilled. In your packet, which is also should be a part of the record, the submitted evidence, you'll see some requirements of the approval criteria for this type of proposed facility here in Goldsboro. So it has to meet those ordinance requirements. And a lot of times they'll refer back to either the U.S. Code
of Federal Regulations.
Thank you, Assistant Manager. Yeah, he'll have that information available for us, and again, other references that we need to check to make sure that all codes and laws have been adhered to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And did your question get answered? Okay. Okay, so we were at motion number 2. We had it made and second, and we were in the discussion phase. Is there any additional discussion? If not, all supporting the motion as made and second signify by raising your hand. Number 3, is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Being none, all in favor signify by raising your hand. Number 4, is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Any second?
Second.
Any discussion? See none, all in favor signify by raising your hand. The motions are carried. The matter is approved. Okay, we're down to the public comment period. As I said earlier, if you wanted to speak, I hope you signed in. Give the Madam Clerk, you have the list there, but before you do, let me remind speakers that we've set a 30-minute time frame for this, and each speaker is allowed 3 minutes. So thank you for your adherence to their policy. You'll get a notice of when we're out a few seconds, and you'll be notified when your time is up by another buzzer.
First speaker is Phyllis Merritt James.
Good evening, Ms. James.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond.
Is
Mayor
this a campaign speech? Is this a campaign speech?
No, sir.
Okay, good.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, Mayor Pro Tem Matthews, and council members. My name is Phyllis Merritt James, and I would like to speak regarding the MPO funding allocation recommendation. I would first like to thank Sherry Archibald and her committee for the work and presentation and explanation of their process for funding allocation recommendations. That being said, I just want us to keep the golden rule and also forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors in mind when we're thinking about rebuilding broken places, who was left off the list due to an issue that was not on their part but on the auditor's part with missing the deadline for submission. If no mistake, this was the first, not the second or third occurrence, and with our city's recent history, we should be understanding. I do appreciate whoever brought it to the council's attention and their discussion to reconsider, though the initial suggestion was to put a timeline on it. If no mistake, this is one of the few, if not only diverse founded agency that is there on that list. With the climate nationally occurring to marginalize and strip agencies such as this, let's not bring it here. As a proud wife of a retired airman and one who's lived here cumulatively for over 44 years and whose children have benefited from their programs offered at Rebuilding Broken Places, I was dismayed that it was not an automatic consideration to keep their funding on the list as part of the budget. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Matthews and Councilman Gala, for being compassionate and applying the golden rule during the discussions. As Craig Foss noted, there are progressive companies with billions of dollars looking at us. We need to maintain forward thinking and practices and not regressive. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wish to speak, please? Oh, I'm sorry. What's the next name on the list?
Our next speaker is Carl Martin.
Come on up, sir. Good evening, Mr. Martin.
Good evening, members of council, city manager, city attorney.
Start the time back, it's 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
At the June 20th, 2023 Hawthorne Trails rezoning public hearing, I was surprised to see slides of information that was presented by the planning department and the representative of the development that had not been provided by the city of Goldsboro to the public and to the city council prior to the hearing. I was outraged because if I had seen and reviewed those slides before the hearing, the comments I made at the hearing would have been different and more convincing. After the hearing, I was quite surprised when I contacted a majority of the council members, and they confirmed that they had not seen or reviewed the slides before the meeting. I therefore received and reviewed several public record documents. Based on the information in the public records I obtained, I believe the following. The city planning department received the slides of relative information about the rezoning request on May 25th, 2023, almost a month before the public hearing. The city planning department shared the slides they received of relative information with the planning commission before their June 12, 2023 unofficial meeting when they voted to recommend the rezoning request. The city didn't share the slides they received of relative information with the public or with City Council prior to the June 20th, 23rd council meeting. Information on the developer slides about their target buyers and the traffic relief from the NCDOT are also, I find, misleading. In view of the inactions on the part of the city, I think the city may have assisted the developer in getting the rezoning request approved by council because the developer is agreeing to correct the water pressure issue that was created when the two dead-end water lines along Calabas Road were not properly connected. And by approving the rezoning request, the city will be adding over $450 annually in property tax revenues. In view of the lack of transparency on the part of the city, I'm asking council to reconsider the decision to make to approve the rezoning request and that the city hold another public hearing on this rezoning request so that informed decisions can be made on the rezoning request by the public and by city council. And I've included some exhibits of the public information. And if you have any questions or would like to discuss it, I'd be happy to.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak, please come forward.
Our next speaker is Carl
Oh.
Lundgren.
Trying to end this meeting here.
Two Carls in a row. I went back out to the car. It dawned on me that I had not brought 10 of those last time, and so I got 10 this time. But I came here this evening to just extend an invitation. I wish I'd had an opportunity when the place was packed, but to everyone here, this Saturday, the 22nd, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., Wayne County Liberty First is having our 10th annual Liberty Seminar. And we have a really good slate of speakers lined up. And in fact, Bishop Slater, who invoked the Lord's blessings on this meeting this evening, he'll be one of the speakers. And about 4 or 5 others as well. And it's we meet monthly, Liberty First does, but this is our annual seminar we hold every July, and promises to be a good one. This year we are asking for a $20 admittance just because it includes lunch and several other events too. There'll be a raffle for a gold coin. There'll be door prizes and lots of other reasons to come. Anybody who is concerned about the direction our republic is heading is encouraged to come. I think you'll find it worth your time. You may come for part or all of that 10 to 4 block. And so we are an organization who want to, with God's help, steer this beloved republic of ours that we've been blessed to live in back towards its constitutional moorings. I hesitated earlier when Special Use 1023 was brought up, but it looks like item number K under heading 8 kind of applies as well. And I would just pose a question, not necessarily looking for a definitive answer at this moment, just one for reflection by the council and anyone else in Goldsboro. Does anyone know of a benefit to consuming alcoholic beverages? You know, I tried it when I was younger and stuff like that, but we have a lady here who could probably spend hours this evening talking about the detrimental effects, but I've never heard anyone explain a benefit. That's just all I wanted to say about that matter.
Right, 25 seconds.
Well, just a reminder of these cards that you'll each get one of. Preserve America Now is an organization who wants to help a lot more people get a much better understanding of the Constitution, what it means, how and why to defend it. And we are looking to unite all patriots, individuals and organizations, to be one big umbrella group and stop the tyranny.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, I'm really going to ask you this time.
That's it.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, I will close the public comment period, and we'll move into our consent agenda items. Mr. Salmon?
Yes, sir. Consent agenda items L through R, with the exception of M, are presented for council approval.
Move to approve.
Have a motion to approve the consent agenda items as defined. Second.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor of approving the consent agenda items?
Roll call vote on that.
Yep. I'll give you time to think about it before she calls the roll.
Mayor Ham?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews?
Yes.
Councilman Broadway?
Yes.
Councilman Gaylor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, sir.
Any items requiring, we do not have any items requiring individual action. City manager's report.
Sir, I'd like to give a quick update from our travel and tourism department. We had recently economic impact reports for the Wings Over Wayne Air Show. It's estimated that $9.5 million was generated in visitor spending, and also $215,000 in local taxes. And then we have the Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends that also took place in May, and their economic impact was estimated to be $600,000, with the taxes of about $16,000 in local taxes. So some good events there in May that everybody enjoyed and will also benefit from with taxes. Choice Neighborhoods had its kickoff party on July 8th from 4 to 9 p.m. downtown at the Hub and Freedom Field. I would like to thank the people that put that together and everybody in attendance. We got some good information passed on that planning process, and also received some great feedback from the residents that were there. So thanks to everyone that helped make that happen. That's all I have, sir.
We have no ceremonial documents, so I'll ask council members for any comments you might have. I'll start with Mr. Broadway.
No comment.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
No comment.
Gaylor.
No.
Okay.
If we're 3 for 3, I'm
Well, I'm just going to be very brief and say thank the council for tonight. It's been a long session. We covered some really important items and great participation by the citizens of this city. So with that, I'll say that if we have no further business, we will adjourn.